Okay, morning everybody. Let's go ahead and get settled. So excited you're all here. I know we have a couple people trickling in, but it's time to begin. First of all, just wanted to welcome everybody to the first ever Habitat Strategic Initiative Fall Forum. We've never done this and I am so excited to be here. Round of applause. We're going to be talking about planning for sea level rise and climate-related hazards to nearshore habitat in Puget Sound today. Hi everybody, I'm Matt Lurie. I am with the HSIL team. I am our shoreline armoring implementation strategy lead. I work on a lot of shoreline issues for our group, and I'm also on our DFW side of the team. We also have a DNR side of the team, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that in a moment. I don't know if she's in the room, but my co-organizer, Rebecca Brown at DNR, she's probably in the lobby. I'll call her. She's in the lobby? All right, we'll embarrass her in a minute. I wanted to thank her and welcome you on her behalf as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Before we get too far, there are some logistics we have to take care of. So the first is there is, of course, free Wi-Fi in the building. There's some QR codes that I saw in the hallway, but it's just Lynnwood Event Center Wi-Fi, and I Love Lynnwood is the password. There are restrooms across the lobby, and we are going to provide food and beverage throughout the day. That's all going to be served in the lobby at the breaks and the lunch. And then the next thing, I'm really excited that we are going to be able to offer AICP credits for this event that's going to be coming through the Department of Commerce, which is great. We really appreciate them doing that. So if that is something that you're interested in, you do need to attend the whole session in order to get those credits. And we will notify the attendees when those are available to you. Next thing is all the sessions are happening here in the ballroom. Registration, food and coffee, like I said, in the lobby. There is a small room on this map. It's room 2A. It was right next to the main entrance that you walked in. Today, that is a quiet room that you can use to decompress, take a small meeting, but that is available to you all day. Tomorrow, it will be part of the Puget Sound Institute Knowledge Barrier activity. And then there is another room. It's labeled room 2BC, which is just right across the hallway here to my right. And that is where that Puget Sound Institute activity is going to be happening today. And tomorrow it will be a different activity hosted by Sea Grant and USGS. Okay, next important logistical thing, safety. So first, if there's an emergency, of course, please call 911. Additionally, there are several fire extinguishers around. I checked them out. There is one just if you walk out into the lobby, and to the left near the stairs, there's a fire extinguisher. There's also one near the restrooms, and there's another one out this door to my right. There's also an AED located in the event staff office, and near the main entrance is how you can talk to staff and get the AED. And our emergency exits are the main entrance that you walked in, as well as going down the stairs here in the lobby. And then lastly, if you need something from a first aid kit, Katie Alawat on our team, raise your hand, Katie. Wait, Katie, right there. Please go see Katie, and she will get you sorted. Okay. Now let's do we're going to do the credits at the beginning. It's like an old movie, so we're going to do all the credits at the beginning. I really want to thank the HSIL team. This wouldn't have happened without everybody pulling together and just working over the last few months. Staff, past and present, we've been thinking about this for a long time, so I'm just so thrilled for all the work the team has done. So HSIL staff, could you stand up, wave, say hi. These are the people, if you have questions, yeah, round of applause. Thank you. And Rebecca, keep standing. She was in the lobby earlier. This is the co-organizer. Couldn't have done this without you. Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next, we had a really amazing planning committee that helped put this this shindig together. And so I want to give a shout out to our planning committee. Planning committee members, can you stand up, please? Yeah. Thank you. And then also just really want to thank our funding. I want to thank the EPA Puget Sound Recovery National Program Office. You're going to hear more about that today. And particularly our HSIL program officer, Angela Adams, who I don't think is here today. I think she might be sick, but she's just been a big supporter. Yeah. All right, so logistics out of the way. Like I said, if there's anything, questions you have, please reach out to our team. Oh, swap me. Yeah, I didn't like this mic anyway. Better? Fair enough. Well, then I don't have to project. It's like, I'm too animated. I'm like, okay, here we go. Again, very excited. Welcome. Thanks for dealing with all the logistics. Please reach out to our team if there's any issues that you have throughout the day, and they will get you sorted. So this forum that we've been thinking a lot about is really focused on coastal resilience in the face of sea level rise and other coastal hazards, with a specific focus on the protection and restoration of nearshore habitat and the biodiversity they support. Through presentations, panels, and interactive breakout sessions, participants will learn about innovative approaches, engage in critical discussions, and find new collaborators to address the challenges of sea level rise, coastal squeeze, flooding, and erosion. My hope really is that over the course of the 2 days, we really start to turn the conversations that we're having and the data that we're learning about and the insights that we're sharing into action-oriented conversations. This is the right group to do that, so I'm really excited about that. As I said, my role is on the HSIL team as I support and steward the shoreline armoring implementation strategy. And that strategy describes the steps that are necessary to reduce the impact of the legacy of hard armor along Puget Sound's shorelines. And so I really entered this conversation on sea level rise in the context of that shoreline armoring strategy. And where that's really called out is the long-term strategic planning strategy, which considers the factors that are going to influence armor trends over the next several decades, such as transportation, climate change, infrastructure development, population growth. And so while this isn't really an armor-specific conference, I know those conversations will likely come up, but that entry point in the armor strategy really just had me getting back to basics about what we're trying to protect on Puget Sound nearshore habitats, thinking about process, structure, and function. And so that was sort of the genesis of where this event came from. I'm really excited. We have Ian Miller, who's going to present in a minute. He's going to tell us a little bit about what the current projections are, and I believe there's some handouts that he provided on your table. But realistically, in Puget Sound, we're expecting to experience anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of sea level rise. At a regional level, we're thinking this will increase coastal flooding, inundation, saltwater intrusion, and bluff erosion on our shorelines. Of course, results are going to vary, but really, I think it's really important to think about what the implications of that sea level rise is going to be for nearshore habitat. I know there's a lot of impacts. A lot of you are dealing with it and thinking about it day to day. And we're going to hear also in a moment from my colleague Tish Conway-Kranos about nearshore habitats in a lot more detail. But there's numerous impacts to structure, function, and processes on our shorelines and impacts to species that we care a lot about. And so the things that really keep me up at night that I get worried about are that there's going to be a desire to armor Puget Sound shorelines even more as homeowners are worried about protecting their property. I'm also really worried about coastal squeeze and losing species and habitat when those species can't migrate landward for a number of reasons. So we've been thinking a lot about sea level rise and coastal resiliency at the HSIL team. We've been taking a phased approach to kind of addressing it over the last year or two, recognizing that there's just so much work that's already happening and ongoing, and thank you to everybody for doing that. We started really in earnest about a year ago, engaging in conversations with partners across different geographic scales to understand what the current state of knowledge is on sea level rise and habitats, and really start to think about how to landscape opportunities and have those strategic discussions. And then we started to dive in early this year into more strategic planning. And started to identify and started to think about what the appropriate regional leverage points would be, whether that's partnership building, policy, incentive development, more science, more planning, more community engagement, and how those could support short and long-term strategic planning. So now HSIL is really interested in thinking about activities that are unique program structure, which you'll learn a bit more about from Jennifer Griffiths in a moment. What does our unique program structure really help support, or what does the expertise in our extended network help support to address this problem? And HSIL is really planning on targeting a lot of work and resources to address the gaps, needs, and opportunities identified as we continue our strategic planning. Where appropriate, HSIL is going to provide input and perspective from what we're hearing and try to align that with regional work, such as the Puget Sound Action Agenda, which you will probably hear about in a little bit. So a lot of really exciting work coming on the HSIL front, and that's what kind of brings us back to the forum today. This is, I really hope, is the start of a lot of conversations, and it's not the end of it. And so really thinking about that, turning the insights, the data, and the barriers that we're going to discuss into action. We thought that there would be a lot of things we would try to do today and to carry forward. We hope to really build a community of practice among coastal resilience professionals in Puget Sound. We hope to deepen our understanding of current and projected impacts of sea level rise on nearshore habitat. And we're going to spend a lot of time, particularly today, identifying barriers, needs, and opportunities for both short and long-term strategic planning. And then a little bit today and a little bit tomorrow, I hope to really hear about innovative tools and networks and funding mechanisms that can, and nature-based solutions that can really help us support resilience building efforts. And then last but not least, we would really like to think about ways to incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, and accessibility and principles into future coastal resiliency planning. And so I am very grateful that you are all here today to help us do just that. So what is coming up? You all should have gotten a program at the registration table. If you didn't, go grab one at the break. We have an exciting 2 days planned. The first day of the forum, we're really going to start off by setting, what the state of knowledge is and set a foundation for our understanding of what is happening with sea level rise in Puget Sound and what the implications are going to be for nearshore habitat. And then attendees are going to learn about some of the barriers to effective habitat resilience from practitioners who are actually implementing projects on the ground. And then in the afternoon, we're going to learn a little bit about tools like the Coastal Storm Modeling System, or COSMOS, and highlight local planning efforts from cities and counties on the front line of sea level rise. And then we're going to conclude the day with a really exciting breakout session that's designed to foster collaboration and explore challenges and opportunities thinking about resilience in Puget Sound. I won't spend a lot of time on the day 2 agenda. I'll talk a little bit more about it tomorrow, but really excited for the second day, which is really going to take the science and the lessons learned and the information about the barriers and challenges from day 1, and we'll transition into more of a discussion on actionable solutions. But more to come on that tomorrow. So I really want to thank all the speakers that are here. I will thank them again, but we have a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me talk about really cool things today. So I'm very excited. Without further ado, I want to welcome up our first speaker, Jennifer Griffiths. Jennifer is our HSIL policy lead on the DFW side. Welcome, Jennifer.
And I'm shorter. No, good. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled that all of you are joining us the next 2 days to discuss how we move forward to increase habitat resiliency along the nearshore in Puget Sound in the face of sea level rise and other climate-related hazards. I know Matt did some thanks, but I want to say thank you again on behalf of the HSIL program to the planning committee, the HSIL team, Katie Alawat and Rebecca Brown, and finally, a huge thank you and appreciation to Matt for his vision and leadership on this event. Let's do a round for Matt, please. I also just want to say thank you to our funder, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, with whom we have successfully competed to receive Puget Sound funds. We appreciate the partnership and collaboration that comes through our funding relationship. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Habitat Strategic Initiative Lead Program, or HSIL, we'll just stick with that moving forward. We are Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Natural Resources co-led program, and we, the two agencies, have led different versions of this program since 2011. Our program is one of 3 strategic initiative leads in Puget Sound, the others being shellfish and stormwater. Since 2016, the HSIL has been both a strategic planning and grant program, leveraging our staffing capacity and grant program investments to enable and accelerate habitat restoration and protection strategies in the Puget Sound Action Agenda. We steward 4 regional strategic plans, also known as implementation strategies. These strategies underpin the action agenda and provide all of us who make decisions that impact habitat protection and restoration outcomes a strategic plan to integrate our work and make it more than the sum of its parts. While the implementation strategies for floodplains and estuaries, land development and cover, shoreline armoring, and marine vegetation address different pressures, focuses on different habitat types and scales, they all intersect on the nearshore through policies, programs, habitat, and people. And I think whether you all work in that framework or in the work that you are doing, I think we can all come together in that intersection of our work and our programs and think about that unique access at the nearshore. So sea level rise and other climate-related hazards in the nearshore must be addressed to successfully achieve habitat protection and restoration throughout our strategic framework. This forum, as Matt said, is one of the ways our program is working to build our regional capacity to address habitat resiliency and bring our collective thought work into the implementation strategies, the action agenda, and to helping you all achieve your goals in the work before you. This forum also comes out of the urgency of the challenges that are being faced by decision makers, especially at the local government level. Our program offered our capacity to the Island County Local Integrating Organization as they brought forward an interconnected suite of challenges in the nearshore that they face as they try to protect and restore healthy beach systems and address the concerns and fears of people living along their shoreline. And through that discussion with the Leadership Council back in June, we recognize that this is really an ongoing conversation. And the forum is an opportunity to think about how to bring forward and think about habitat resiliency in that context, recognizing that habitat will only be one part of the decision-making equation, but that we have the opportunity to think about how habitat resiliency can be part of the solution for people and the ecosystem. So this is another step in the conversation and to bring our collective efforts and resources to better understand our opportunities and develop solutions that will work at different scales. The Strategic Initiative Lead program is unique in the way we are able to bring together our capacity to support and convene partners and weave it together with our funding along a range of unique areas for funding. So our program is currently evaluating proposals under 2 requests for proposals: restoration effectiveness of shoreline soft shore alternatives to hard armor, and planning for sea level rise and climate-related hazards to the nearshore habitat. We're excited to be announcing in a few months those successful proposals, and we're looking forward to integrating that proposed work with the conversations we have over the next 2 days and connecting you to the work as it unfolds and continuing to build upon the conversation. Overall, our grant program fills a unique niche, supporting a range of enabling and programmatic conditions necessary to leverage funding and resources. This includes capacity, program piloting, development, incentives and behavior change, rescale planning, and project development. We're also able to fill research and monitoring gaps in the evaluation of policy and regulatory effectiveness that enabled us to learn and adaptively manage our recovery approaches and tools. So by the time we announce those successful proposals in a few months, our program will have invested over $62 million in partners throughout Puget Sound using EPA Puget Sound funds. And WDFW and DNR provide 100% of the match for EPA's investment into the HSIL, which enables HSIL to provide grant funding that requires no match. So out on the information tables is a great overview of our funded work between 2016 and 2022 produced by the Puget Sound Institute. So please do explore and go to our website for more information. So thank you again for joining us for the next 2 days. I'm really excited to hear the conversation, and I look forward to this being an ongoing dialogue with all of you here and many others who are not able to attend. So now we're going to be hearing from our host agency on how HSIL work and the habitat resiliency connect to our agency's mission and vision. And we'll also be hearing from EPA about how this work fits in nationally and at the Puget Sound Recovery National Program Office. So with that, I would like to first introduce Kelly Still, WDFW's Habitat Programs Deputy Director. Just this.
Good morning, everyone. Today's gathering comes at a crucial time as we work together to preserve, protect, and perpetuate Washington's coastal and nearshore habitats in the face of accelerating climate impacts. It's a true honor to stand before you today, where we gather not just as individuals, but as a collective force who are dedicated to safeguarding Puget Sound and building resilience of our coastal communities to the ongoing and projected impacts of climate change. As we delve into the pressing issue of sea level rise, it's important to recognize the profound impact it has on Washington's communities. Rising seas are not just numbers on a graph. They are a reality that threatens our shorelines, our ecosystems, and for many, their way of life. Rising seas encroach upon our beaches, erode our coastlines, and inundate habitats critical to countless species. The science is clear, and Washington is already experiencing the effect of sea level rise, including the loss of habitats that support the ecosystems we depend on for food, recreation, and cultural identity. But amidst these challenges lies an opportunity to not only protect and conserve our marine shorelines, but also to perpetuate the biodiversity that thrives within them. At Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have a deep and long-standing commitment to preserving Washington's biodiversity. Puget Sound shorelines are a great example of the department's efforts to understand, protect, and restore that biodiversity. The department has led in monitoring and understanding key nearshore marine species, conducting research in coordination with other partners to document how Puget Sound shorelines work and how alterations like armoring affect shoreline and shoreline species, documenting historic shoreline and estuary conditions, and identifying the most effective places for meaningful process-based restoration, securing funding and offering grants for implementing restoration projects, and regulating construction on or near shorelines and providing technical assistance to other regulatory programs. Our ecosystems, from the dynamic shorelines of Puget Sound and the diverse habitats of our estuaries and wetlands, are not only essential habitat for wildlife. They are also critical to the resilience of our shorelines and coastal communities in the face of sea level rise and other coastal hazards. These intact ecosystems act as buffers, mitigating flooding and erosion while providing critical habitat for species like juvenile salmon, shorebirds, birds, and forage fish. We must focus on ensuring that our natural habitats, our marshes, beaches, and tidal wetlands can migrate inland when possible. We have the science, the tools, and capacity to act. Thanks to the work of the NOAA-funded Washington Coastal Resilience Project, the state possesses robust sea level rise projections and a wealth of information on how to enhance coastal resilience. However, many of our challenges lie in applying this knowledge effectively. This is where forums like today are so important. In the coming days, we will dive into discussions about sea level rise, habitat resiliency, nature-based solutions, and shoreline policy. These topics, which prioritize the health of our ecosystems and communities, will be key to ensuring that coastal habitats can continue to thrive in the face of changing climate. As we engage in these conversations, let us remember that our greatest strength lies in unity. No single entity can tackle coastal resilience alone. We need coordinated efforts across federal, state, and local levels, alongside the critical involvement of tribes and local communities. We must use this space to identify how we can put our knowledge into practice, breaking down silos across agencies, policies, and building partnerships that turn strategies into action. Together, scientists, policymakers, conservationists, and community members can develop a harmonious approach. By grounding our regulations in the latest environmental data and climate projections, we can create resilient management strategies that protect our shorelines. Equally important is ensuring our policies are equitable and inclusive, providing support to those communities most vulnerable to sea level rise. Addressing the impacts of climate change on coastal ecosystems requires integrating equity, justice, and inclusion into planning. Historically marginalized communities, including tribes, are disproportionately impacted by these climate risks. By working alongside these communities, co-developing solutions, and respecting treaty rights, we can ensure our response is both scientifically sound and just. It is essential that our policies empower rather than restrict. Department of Fish and Wildlife is committed to advancing ecosystem recovery through both regulation and restoration. We are proud of the progress we've made, but we know there is much more to do. By balancing regulation with incentives, we can foster a sustainable relationship with our shores that honor both our heritage and our responsibility to future generations. Our goal is not only to protect habitats, but to safeguard the future of our fish, wildlife, and coastal communities. Together, we can ensure Washington's approach to coastal resilience addresses the full spectrum of needs and supports both the ecosystem and the communities that depend on them. Thank you all for your dedication and participation. I look forward to the important discussions ahead and to building a resilient future for Puget Sound and all of Washington's coastal ecosystems and communities with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Cynthia's tall, so I won't move the mic. On behalf of Tom Gorman, who is ill today, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Catton with Department of Natural Resources, who's the Aquatic Science Advisor. Cynthia.
Thanks, Jennifer. Don't mind pinch hitting for Tom, although my remarks are going to be a little different from his because I have a different role. And but I just wanted to say really that I'm so excited about the agenda that has been put together for the next couple of days. We have just some really great conversations, lots of time for conversation. So we're talking a lot at you this morning, but I'm excited for those conversations. My role as a science advisor for the Aquatic Resources Division, I have the privilege of co-managing the HSIL team with my counterpart, Jason Albrecht, in the corner there. And we also serve on lots of the Puget Sound partnership boards, like the Ecosystem Coordination Board, the Salmon Recovery Council. We work with the Puget Sound Ecosystem Monitoring Program. We're really connecting in strongly across our recovery community. And much of my work is focused on trying to ensure that our habitat recovery strategies are really rooted in robust knowledge and science. And in recent years, we've been experiencing those early effects of climate change. We can start to see how things might look with those extreme king tides. And, we see warming ocean conditions, acidifying ocean conditions, changes in precipitation patterns. They're all connecting and interacting. The international science community is warning that we can anticipate increases in the severity and frequency of these interacting climate stressors on our critical habitats and systems. So at DNR, I'm going to just take a moment to share with you some of the things that DNR is thinking about and implementing with our recovery partners around the Puget Sound community. We are the stewards of 2.6 million acres of state-owned aquatic lands, and we work to provide a balance of public benefits to all people in the state of Washington for current and future generations. These benefits include tribal treaty rights, public access and usage, and environmental protection. I will note that the tribal treaty rights are inherently place-based, so they can't be translocated. And so we need to be thinking creatively about solutions and effective tools to build resilience. And I think about Puget Sound, I recognize it is a complex watershed. It has about 2,500 miles of coastline with diverse shoreline types, and including heavily urbanized shores and areas that are rural and adjacent to farmland. We've got beachside residential communities, tall coastal bluffs that feed our beaches and tide flats, eelgrass meadows. All of those shoreline types will be interacting with the sea level rise in very different ways and require different approaches to adapt and mitigate to these stressors. The DNR is working closely with many of you in the room, and I'm excited to make new connections over the next couple of days to implement solutions at multiple scales in Puget Sound, from removing localized impacts from derelict vessels to developing the statewide kelp and eelgrass health and conservation plan, which aims to protect and restore at least 10,000 acres of kelp and eelgrass by 2040. And since 2004, DNR has established 7 marine aquatic reserves throughout Puget Sound, which protect native ecosystems and are the location of multiple co-located research projects led by DNR and partners. Our aquatic invasive species team has been working for over 2 decades to eliminate large, dense monocultures of Spartina cordgrass that had taken over many of our salt marshes and tide flats. And we're bringing that same energy now to the broad collaborative effort to reduce the invasive European green crab across the state. DNR has a community climate science program. I'm looking around the room to see if I can find Rachel Skubel. There she is. Rachel and her team are leading out on this community climate science team that is called the Acidification Nearshore Monitoring Network, or Anemone for short. And that is a program that has been tracking water conditions and habitat characteristics at 13 sites across the state, including the coastal estuaries and Puget Sound, and connecting that information, the physical and the ecological information, to inform us about the interactions between those climate change indicators and our ecosystem responses. The Anemone program is also increasing climate literacy and leadership in our communities through a place-based climate resilience youth internship program, engaging high school students from communities that are disproportionately vulnerable to climate impacts. And they've developed, with HSIL funding, some specialized curricula for elementary, middle, and high school students. So much of the recent climate research has flagged the need to understand the cumulative and interacting effects of multiple stressors in our ecosystems. And while we work to collectively reduce our greenhouse gases and carbon emissions, we also need to identify and reduce other anthropogenic stressors on our habitats. And I'll point out that because shorelines are situated at that interface between land and sea, they are vulnerable to stressors from both directions. So we want to think about this holistically, understand the connections across habitats and how these stressors are interacting across them and at multiple geographic scales. DNR recently established our Watershed Resilience Program, which is recognizing those connections across habitats and is working in a whole watershed approach to improving climate resilience and salmon recovery outcomes for 3 target watersheds in Puget Sound, including the Snohomish, where we are, and Nisqually and Puyallup watersheds. The HSIL team has been a leader in strategic planning and investing in a whole watershed approach to Puget Sound recovery since 2011, building off of the work of the lead organizations. Through convening workshops and forums like this one, the HSIL team is helping us to define our shared goals for Puget Sound recovery and identify opportunities to overcome challenges and accelerate progress. During the next couple of days, we have the opportunity to expand our networks of our partners who are working on sea level rise and climate resilience issues. We will come away with a better understanding of how sea level rise interacts across multiple habitats and geographic scales, and we will hear firsthand from our diverse community here how we are responding and anticipating impacts. Ultimately, I expect that the conversations we have here in the next 2 days will spark new collaborations, inspire novel ideas and approaches, and will help us to integrate climate resilient strategies into our Puget Sound recovery framework. So thank you so much for being here and being part of this process. And we look forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Thank you, Cynthia. All right. And now I'd like to introduce Peter Murchie, EPA's Puget Sound Recovery National Program Office Branch Manager.
Well, I don't have a creative bone in my body, but I threw out my speech just now because I need to do a yes and, because everything that Tom, Jennifer, Kelly, and Cynthia said were things that I were going to try to hit on. And instead, I want to tell a story to start this off, which is my own, in some ways, personal journey since I started in my role. So one of the first meetings I had when I came in 2015 was in Dennis McLaren's office. He was our regional administrator at EPA, with Terry Williams. And for those of you who know Terry, he, well, first of all, he was an incredible man, incredible leader, but he was also a leader around climate change. And so are and were the Tulalip. And in that meeting, he was talking to Dennis and me, but mostly Dennis, about the need for us to really invest in a holistic approach, convening around climate and climate impacts on treaty rights, on the coastal communities, and that there was a real opportunity at that time to do that. And I think soon after was one of the first workshops I went to in my role, which I believe was at the Mountaineers in 2015 or 2016. Was anybody else at that? I think a few of you may have been. And Terry was holding court. And I highlight this because he wasn't just an advocate here. He wasn't just somebody trying to convene a conversation. He was thoughtful. He was a collaborative person. And he realized that it would take a large community of scientists, of policy folks, of implementers, of political leaders to advance on key issues. He didn't know it, but he was a mentor for me in how I approach my role with EPA, and trying to take those lessons from him in everything I do, and the lessons that I'm learning every day as I get out in groups like this, meet with tribal leadership. So that through story is starting back then and seeing how all of you have advocated for and are integrating climate science and climate resilience into your work, how our team is doing it, led by Angela Adams. She was mentioned earlier, and she really is sad she couldn't be here today. You may not know her very well in your different worlds, but she's our science lead with Bill Laviosa for the Federal Leadership Task Force, but also our climate lead for the region for the water program. So she sits on National Water Climate Committee. She works on national climate resilience strategies, and she's very influential, taking the lessons learned here back into the broader policy conversations and priorities of the agency, and was influential in our climate strategy and action plan at EPA. So there's far-reaching efforts here. But Casey Sixkiller, our regional administrator, and I had an opportunity to visit with the Tulalip Tribal Council 2 weeks ago, and also meet with tribal managers and staff to hear more about what they're facing and what they're doing. And lo and behold, one of the big topics of the council and their staff was climate change, and specifically impacts and on their coastal shoreline and what that means to them and what they need. And in that conversation, Tribal Council mentioned their work with USGS, and I know we're going to hear about that later, but they've been partnering with others, including, I'm sure, state leadership and scientists as well, understand the issues and also integrate that into, as we learned, into everything they're doing. So all the planning for the community, not just in the shoreline, thinking about climate. It's a great example of what can be done and what should be done, and how we can learn from each other as we try to do that in more areas. And I just want to thank the HSIL. I don't want to repeat all the names, but the tremendous work of these teams that are really listening. They're trying to listen to you all and what you need and what the ecosystem needs, what the science is saying, to really put the resources and expertise in the right places to advance what we need to achieve in our ecosystem and salmon recovery and our work to protect treaty rights. I would say as well that we're in a collaborative governance system. That terminology wasn't quite used, but all the speakers talked about the need for us to work together. No one institution, no one funding program, no one expert is going to solve this issue. It's going to take a variety of different folks. The piece that I think was hinted at, but not talked about explicitly, is the resilience needed in our communities around this issue, and both the good and the bad. So how are our partners in the communities thinking about climate or not? And what does it mean for our restoration work? And how do we help communicate that need in ways that solves their interests while also helping us advance our work? The other thing I want to mention is, and I know I've been asked to talk about the Puget Sound Program Office and our funding, but the one thing that's really important is we so appreciate the work you're doing, because it tells the story of the need, and it tells the story of what we're able to do when we work together. All those are needed for us to continue to get support from legislatures, both here in Olympia and in DC. And that advocacy, that storytelling has led to us having a very unique addition to the Clean Water Act, which is statutory authority for this work. And I can't tell you how rare that is. We rarely have amendments to the Clean Water Act. We have one for Puget Sound. We also have one for Columbia River. That's also, and I manage that too. But that advocacy around salmon, treaty rights, and collaborative work is super important. It also has helped us have higher levels of funding than we've ever had, and we want to continue to have that for supporting this type of work. Right now, we have $100 million under management by the strategic initiative leads, and DNR and DFW are managing that portion that they have for habitat so very well, but we also have our shellfish and stormwater work, which is also interconnected with climate and climate resilience. We also fund tribes, and tribes have some of the best, if not the best, collaborators and scientists and implementers. Many of you are in the room, and we're excited because when you look around at watershed scale and local scale, they're real leaders in thinking through these issues and advocating for the need to do more of this and telling that story. And we should continue to support them as well, both as collaborators, but also as sovereign governments and in their work for restoration and salmon recovery. We're starting into the phase of thinking about what's the future. I know the Puget Sound Partnership, which is the overall National Estuary Program and a great model of how to support collaboration and integration of science and diversity and equity. And they're working with us on the next action agenda and the priorities there, and I encourage you to engage in that and what climate means to that. We're starting to think about our next funding model where we compete our funds to support implementation of restoration and ecosystem recovery. So there's lots of opportunities to both implement but also influence what we're doing to support you going forward. Lastly, I want to say I certainly was paying attention, but I finally read the full agenda yesterday, and boy, this is fantastic. And I just have to tell you, Angela leading, but this is one of the best models that I've seen, and I work with all the geographic programs, Great Lakes, Chesapeake, of folks really getting together around this issue, and I'm going to be sharing it with them. I co-chair the GEO programs to see if they're doing things like this and if we can learn from each other. But this agenda today, the Federal Leadership Task Force folks, I think there's federal folks in here, I know USGS is, and maybe others, NOAA, working together as well to try to support the work that's happening in the state and locals. And we need to do more of that, and we need to model it. The last thing I'll say is you are a model in the work we're doing here nationally. Diane Hennessy, can you raise your hand? Diane's on our team. I know she's here somewhere. She stepped out. She didn't know what I was going to say. But she's part of a national work group led by the White House around green infrastructure. And they're going to come out with a guide that's for federal agencies on best practices for investing in and supporting green infrastructure and resilience. And our work in Puget Sound, especially the multi-agency review team, on how we can streamline permitting for nature-based solutions is in there as a model for others to learn from. And so she's been a leader in working on that, but also telling that story. And the last thing I'll say, which excites me, is, and maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me, but I believe all of our work is about resilience. A healthy Puget Sound is a resilient Puget Sound. Ecosystem recovery is about ecosystem resilience. So it was really interesting when we were developing under the Biden administration priority of our climate change. And they're like, hey, how do we do resilience? And I said, we are doing resilience. Our whole program is a climate resilience program and should be supported and thought of that way. Now, it doesn't mean we're doing it perfectly, but if we're gonna have healthy salmon, if we're gonna have a healthy food chain, it's gotta be and will be a climate resilience system. So I appreciate all the work you do for that. Our whole Puget Sound team at EPA wants to be a collaborator and supporter for you. We do it mostly through our state partners that have competed for our funds, but don't hesitate to reach out to Angela, myself, Diane, Bill, here today, but also more broadly as we work on this together. But thank you for having me. I'm very honored to be here, and I look forward to a great workshop.
Can we get another round of applause for all the speakers? Thank you. Our next session is really going to be focused on building that sort of foundational knowledge about sea level rise and nearshore habitat that we're going to kind of use for the rest of the session. So I want to bring up Ian Miller with Washington Sea Grant. There's a little bit of tech that I have to do up here, but so just bear with me, and then we'll hear from Ian. I think we've got a slide, yeah? That look like it?
All right, thank you so much. Can I make this full screen, actually? Matt, is that possible? Is that going to be too much?
Maybe. Who's like
I don't know.
Adobe savvy? What if it is too much? Does anybody know the quick button to hit?
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Don't just press buttons. What are you talking about?
Okay. I'll roll with it. Oh.
Menu.
Oh my gosh. Oh. We can do things. That's exciting. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm Ian Miller, and we're with Washington Sea Grant, and certainly an honor to be invited to sort of open this up a little bit. And my goal is to provide some background on sea level rise as it's occurring here in Washington State generally, Puget Sound in particular, as a way to provide some context for the next couple of days. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So before I dive into that goal, though, I wanted to point out that my name is the only one on this slide, but there is a giant group of people that have contributed to how I think about and talk about sea level rise. Many of you are here, and that list is, again, enormous, but includes multiple colleagues from, of course, Washington Sea Grant, where I'm from, a variety of federal agencies, state agencies, the University of Washington, Climate Impacts Group, for example, many local governments, many tribes, MRCs, LIOs, and then also the consulting community, many of whom are here as well, that are making significant innovations associated with thinking about sea level rise. Okay, so back to my main goal. I want to try to convey 5 points in the next 20 minutes or so and provide a bit of background on each of them, and they're written up here. Sea level is rising in Puget Sound. We can see it. It is a hazard exacerbator. Impacts are emerging. New projections are available, but the lessons associated with those projections, I'm going to try to make a case, are more or less the same as they have been. So first of all, starting with point 1, sea level is rising here. I want to take a moment to celebrate the what I think is underappreciated NOAA tide gauge. Here I'm showing you the relatively new installation, which is near, on the ferry dock in downtown Seattle. That is part of providing our longest running record of coastal water level in Washington state. And if we're thinking globally, there's multiple ways to sort of estimate and evaluate and assess, measure sea level. But tide gauges provide, in my view, by far the best and maybe the only way to do it locally. These things measure water level every 6 minutes, and of course are designed primarily to measure and predict the daily fluctuations driven by tides. But we can take these data and average them over months and years to understand, what we refer to as sea level, basically the long-term average water level coastally that changes through time. But as many of you know, there is a complication. Tide gauges measure directly what we call relative sea level. So they do measure the changes in the long-term height of the ocean, but that signal is altered, and heavily so in parts of Washington, by vertical movements of the land. So that tide gauge is attached to the land, measures that movement as well. So what I've thrown up on the screen here, and I understand it might be a little hard to see, is a plot of monthly average water level from all 10 of Washington's tide gauges, although I did leave out the new tide gauge from Bremerton because its record is quite short. And I know it's a bit hard to see, but if we look at the different results from different gauges, we see different things, and this isn't going to come as a surprise to many of you. The long-term record from Seattle, for example, in blue, is rising, whereas the long-term record from Neah Bay, which is the one illustrated in orange, shows a downward trend in relative sea level. And this is driven by differences in vertical land movement, and it makes it really difficult to interpret from these data as they stand what the ocean and climate are doing in regards to long-term average changes in sea level in Washington state. So many of you know that we focused heavily on this problem during the Washington Coastal Resilience Project, which was mentioned earlier, a NOAA-funded project that ran for a couple of years, starting in 2015, and specifically on this problem of estimating coastal vertical land movement in Washington state, given it's important for understanding tide gauge observations as well as understanding what different communities around Washington may expect into the future. So our key results are shown here, this map of coastal Washington with the colors along the shoreline related to the scale at the bottom, which are rates of vertical land movement expressed in millimeters per year. So these are slow rates, but with the red colors being uplift of sort of 3 to 4 millimeters per year, that equates to roughly a foot per century or so. And the dark blue colors being subsidence at rates of up to about 2 millimeters per year. And if we overlay over the top of that the locations of our those 10 Washington tide gauges, we can see, if you sort of look at the colors underlying these dots, that it makes sense that those tide gauges, again measuring relative sea level trends, would show different patterns. and again, make it very difficult to isolate the ocean-driven component of sea level change. But we can use those vertical land movement estimates to correct tide gauge records, to focus on that ocean water level signal embedded in those tide gauges, which is what I'm showing you on the bottom panel here. Also removed here is a summer-winter seasonal difference, just to make the record a little bit cleaner. And it's satisfying that when we do this, these records largely fall into alignment, right? That sort of discrepancy above sort of largely goes away. And also, critically for our purposes, has an upward trend. In other words, this tells us the ocean is rising here. And because they align, we can take that and average those into essentially a Washington state ocean-driven sea level record or absolute sea level record. And additionally here, I've added in bold a 20-year rolling average just to better illustrate, this kind of long-term average that sea level, that we typically think about when we think about sea level. And we can use this to extract some key bits of information about what's going on here. For example, that here in Washington, we've experienced something on the order of about 3 inches in what is commonly referred to as the altimetry era, the period of time over which sea level has been able to be measured by satellites starting in 1993. And that compares to about just over 4 inches globally over that same time period. And we can also observe about 6.5 inches over the entire record, compared to just about a little over 7 inches globally. So again, sea level is rising here in Washington state. With this in mind, I want to move to the second point, which is really just a reminder for all of us that, and this has been stated already, and hopefully will be stated again, that sea level rise is a hazard exacerbator. In other words, the impacts associated with sea level rise are associated with amplifying existing coastal hazards like coastal erosion, coastal flooding, and groundwater interactions. And this is really a key point. When we talk in general about sea level rise planning, we benefit if we can really focus that around these specific impacts and try to understand these impacts. It also means that a few inches can matter, as I'm hopefully going to illustrate. So wanted to take a couple minutes to dig into this and into a bit of detail. Maybe too much detail for some of you, but stick with me. So to do that, I'm going to acquaint you, or maybe reacquaint some of you, with what are called return frequency curves. These are a way of analyzing the extremes in coastal water level measured at tide gauges, as well as like on rivers. Some of you may be familiar with them. So on the screen here, what I've done is I've plotted the highest water level measured in every year on record for the Seattle tide gauge. And just to sort of connect that to reality, the picture here is from Gig Harbor on 27 December 2022. That was during what was a record-breaking event at most tide gauges around Puget Sound, and sort of show you where that point falls on the Seattle record here. But again, highest observation made at the Seattle tide gauge in every year of its record. And what we can do is we can then take those observations and line them in order on a logarithmic scale with time at the bottom to develop this, what's again called a return frequency curve. And these are quite useful in the sense that they provide a way for us to understand what to expect in any given year. What's the likelihood of an extreme event on the coast in any given year? So a really useful way of thinking about extremes. And what I did as kind of a thought experiment, back of the envelope way to think about this, is I sort of asked the question, what would the return frequency curve for Seattle look like if we removed that observed sea level from the record? And what I'm showing you here in red is the return frequency curve that's associated with that imaginary, no observed sea level condition. And this new red curve, hopefully you can see that, is clearly different. But what does it tell us? It tells us, I think, two important things. First of all, we've shifted the curve such that water level that in real life we currently expect in Seattle every 10 years or so on average would actually have been something to expect on average every 100 years or so if sea level rise had not occurred, right? So this is to me, it was a pretty shocking result. It's worth noting that, this is just one step up from a napkin sort of level calculation, but a really surprising thing to see. And second, our most extreme events on the record, like that record-breaking event from December 27, 2022 that I talked about earlier, falls well above that red kind of no sea level rise, red return frequency curve here, meaning that that flood event would have been extremely unlikely or maybe even impossible in the absence of sea level rise in Seattle. So this is what it means to exacerbate a hazard. We're changing, in this case, both the frequency of flooding and the magnitude of events that are possible. I also wanted to come back to this photo to reemphasize that last point associated with this idea that impacts are emerging. The magnitude of that event on December 27, 2022 would have been extremely unlikely or impossible without observed sea level. That is an impact. In this case, a very meaningful impact given the damage associated with that event. Again, impacts are emerging. So up to now, I focused on observed sea level, but of course, sea level projections are a key tool for understanding what to expect in the future. And since the publication of the probabilistic projections that we put out in 2018 for Washington State, there have been 2 new sets of projections published, both of which use the same underlying modeling, the IPCC AR6 published in 2021, and then the Federal Interagency Task Force scenarios published in 2022. And here what I've tried to do is overlay our 2018 probabilistic projections in black with the 5 scenarios used in that 2022 Federal Interagency Task Force assessment that represent future sea levels in solid colored lines, if you can hopefully make those out. And I'm gonna make an argument that while there are some differences and changes in these new projections, overall they reflect minor variations on a theme. Again, the lesson remains the same. And perhaps most importantly, we can, number 1, conclude from these 2 sets that sea level is almost certain to continue to rise and very likely accelerate as we move forward in time. Number 2, I'm gonna argue that both sets point towards a most likely outcome being, and Matt already sort of mentioned this number, being in that 2-ish feet range by 2100. And then third, not shown here, but an important conclusion from each of those reports and assessments that emissions reductions matter. And for sea level rise in particular, that matters in association with reducing the likelihood of the most extreme end-of-century outcomes. So I also want to use this opportunity to draw your attention to the page that you hopefully found on your table. And so that is something that was put together for the Coastal Hazards Resilience Network meeting earlier in this year and sort of goes into detail on some of those changes. And I'm happy to discuss that or follow up or have conversations with any of you about that over the next couple days. I'll be around. So I wanted to end not with a set of sort of conclusions or takeaways, but instead with a set of questions that I think point to some of the key things that I've been thinking about recently and that I'm hoping this forum will help us address, and I think the agenda really points to. So, in this kind of like sea level rise science world, we talk about like a lot about feet and inches of sea level rise and that kind of thing. But of course, the impacts are more about frequency of flooding, the places that may start to erode that haven't been erosive previously, how quickly groundwater starts to interact with buried infrastructure, and then most importantly, how ecosystems and people respond to those changes. So what will be the impacts and where and when will they become important? Who and where are those impacts gonna matter most? And then, probably most critically, what should and can we do to plan and prepare for this? Thank you.
Time for some questions, and
Okay. Yeah, so those return frequency curves, that is, these are a way to assess the likelihood of extreme coastal water level events. And these lines are a model fit to the data. The points are the data. That's the every year observed in Seattle highest water level. And so that upward curve suggests that as we get out into the far, on the bottom here, I know it's really hard to read. This is a return period in years, and this is a logarithmic scale. So this is like, on average, how high do we expect water to get every 10 years, every 100, every 1,000, every 10,000 years, right? So that sort of upward slope to that line just means that we have this likelihood of, extreme events, but we expect them to occur fairly infrequently, if that makes sense. Return frequency curves are weird. They're hard to look at. I apologize for putting one on the screen, but I think they're actually really useful in trying to think about this problem of changing frequency and magnitude of events driven by sea level rise. Okay. So thank you. And I know there's people in the room that may have sort of looked at this quite a bit more than I have. But, we do frequently see when we look at local sea level change rates that they are lower than the global average. Typically, our projections are slightly lower than those for the global average too, although there are some circumstances in which that's not the case. There have been a few sort of hypotheses about why this is, is the case. And as far as I understand, none of them have been really sort of solidly landed upon. My going hypothesis is that this has to do with what's called a sea level fingerprint from melting of glaciers to the north of us. So locations that are relatively near to masses of glaciers that are losing mass can actually experience sea level fall. And so we are kind of right on the edge of this zone associated with those glaciers. It is a sort of mind-bending concept associated with gravitational attraction of that ice to water, but that's kind of my going guess. But, I want to make that a discussion maybe if anyone wants to chime in. Yeah. I mean, that would be driven by that. I think it seems possible. I don't think that it's something that would be a near-term process. So it's not something that I think factors into near-term projections. Say 2150 or even beyond. I haven't looked at sort of projections. So the ice mass loss from glaciers to the north of us, primarily up into Alaska, BC and Alaska, are losing mass quite rapidly, but there's also still a lot of mass there. So there's a lot of mass to be lost. before you hit that stage where this process might change. If that is indeed what's holding our rates a little bit lower. But I should say, our rates aren't that much different than the global average, interestingly enough. At least based on, again, this roughly back of the envelope thing that I've done here.
So we have sea level rise, and then potentially compounding that, we have more severe storm events. And I wonder if you can look at about
Yeah, that might be better addressed. Actually, I think that'll be probably covered by Patrick or Eric, associated with Cosmos modeling. It is not this sort of like return frequency curve thing that I've done here only looks at the sea level rise influences on those extreme events. It doesn't look at other potential drivers that may change the frequency of extreme coastal water level.
Thanks so much, Ian. Really appreciate the presentation. It's helpful. My question, you had a lot of images from the
Mm-hmm.
was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about thinking about sea level rise as this incredible severe. What do we learn from an event like that? What should we try to learn from future like that? Are there any kind of cautions out around doing that as to think about what future water levels could look like? Yeah, just curious. Talk a little bit more about that event and how it's shaped your understanding.
Yeah, so those sorts of events are striking, obviously. They also are, it's worth noting that they can be traumatic for people. And so I just wanted to note that, especially because I tend to view them, sort of awkwardly in a very sort of scientific way. I think they're important to try to dissect, I guess, and to understand as well as we can where there are impacts associated with events like those, and what drives them. We generally don't do a very good job of tracking events like that on the coast, and sort of, archiving information about where was impacted, how. So that's definitely something that I would love to see happen, and that we, basically the only way we can do that currently is with tide gauge data and with individual observations. But I do think they're important to look at. I think that event in particular was notable in a whole variety of ways. And for me in particular, going back, and it sort of compelled me to ask the question, to what role does sea level rise play in an event like that, knowing that we've had not very much, right? A few inches over the last couple decades. But did that play a role, right? And I think I was surprised to find that it most likely did. And I think to me that's pretty important. And so, looking forward in time, I think just those kind of events should become more frequent. And so, it's worth kind of thinking about them now and places that are impacted and what we can conceivably do about that. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. And thank you for bearing with all the technical challenges. There's going to be some more, and we'll have it figured out by the time you leave on Friday. The next presenter, my friend and colleague, Tish Conway-Kranos, has COVID, or her family has COVID, so she couldn't be here, but she was kind enough to record a presentation for us. I told her to do a 20-minute presentation, and it's longer than that. And if you know Tish, that makes sense. But she is great, and I hope you enjoy this. And again, just bear with us if it takes a moment to get it all loaded up. Phone's over there. So I want to kick us off with our mid-morning session. I want to welcome to the stage Amy Kinney and Sandra Dorning from the Puget Sound Institute. Welcome.
Thanks, Matt. Should we presentation? Oh, thanks, Rachel. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Amy Kinney. I'm a researcher with Puget Sound Institute at University of Washington, Tacoma. And Sandra and I were just going to talk for a couple minutes about a workshop activity that we're going to run throughout the entire workshop. I'm going to do just a brief overview of what we're doing, and then Sandra's going to get into specific instructions and logistics about how to participate. So Puget Sound Institute receives funding from EPA and the Puget Sound Partnership to provide technical support for all 3 SILs during the development of implementation strategies, which are the recovery plans we heard about during the plenary session. One of the things my colleagues and I do when an IS is being developed is to work with participants to identify and prioritize knowledge gaps that impact our ability to plan and implement recovery activities. So compiling this information allows Puget Sound recovery partners to organize and resolve groups of uncertainties in an intentional and systematic way. It also allows us over time to track when new knowledge is generated and incorporate that new knowledge back into recovery plans. So these lists of uncertainties are used by SILs to guide funding decisions. The Puget Sound Partnership uses them to inform their science work plan, and Puget Sound Institute uses these to guide our research activities as well. So there was a list of research needs identified during development of the shoreline armoring implementation strategy that was developed in 2017-2018. And the issue is it doesn't include much about sea level rise right now. So we want to use this workshop as an opportunity to address that gap. There is a tremendous amount of expertise in this room, and we really want to take advantage of that. while we're all gathered together. So good news is we're not starting from scratch, though. During the past couple of years, there's been an amazing amount of projects and reports looking at sea level rise. So what we've done is identified some key research actions and questions identified in those reports to compile a draft list of research needs. And we want to use that to get the discussion started about what's most needed in the region. So our list has 45 draft information gaps organized into 4 categories. And again, during the workshop, we want your input on this list so we can build a research agenda collectively. So the 4 categories, these are the 4 categories where we've organized all of these questions. The biophysical, human dimensions, and management categories came from one of our primary sources of questions, which was the Northwest Climate Adaptation Science Center's deep dive on coastal squeeze that they held last year. The spatial data category is one we added after noticing several specific needs identified in these series of reports about spatial data. So as you can tell from the category topics, this isn't just about science and engineering. And so we really want to hear from the local planners that are attending the workshop today. You're really a critical audience for some of the research projects that could come out of this. So we really value your feedback. And I'm going to hand it over to Sandra now to talk about some instructions and logistics.
Thanks, Amy, and hi, everyone. I'm Sandra. You all should have received a packet when you checked in at the registration table. It's the packet that's got some green stickers at the bottom. This packet has the full list of the 45 uncertainties that Amy was just talking about, and they're organized by the categories on the screen. So we've provided some instructions here, but really this is a packet that you can use to engage with our exercise, either if you want to engage separately, or you can come find us where we have the main workshop activity hosted in room 2BC. So we've got the list of uncertainties also on some posters around the walls in that room. And we're hoping that during the breaks, during lunch, or before or after the workshop days today and tomorrow, you'll take some time to come engage with us on this list of information gaps. So this is hopefully an opportunity for you to, as Amy mentioned, kind of contribute your expertise to our, excuse me, our process. So we're looking for a couple different types of feedback from you all. The first is that we would like to get your insight on which of these information gaps you think are the most pressing barriers to management or action related to sea level rise. So you've got the 4 stickers on your packet. You can use those stickers to cast your votes for the 4 information gaps you think are most important, either by placing those stickers on the posters we have set up or on your packet directly. We're also interested in broader feedback on these information gaps. Do they need to be edited or made more specific? Are there information gaps that aren't on our list that should be on our list? Those are things we'd all love to hear from you all based on your experience and your expertise. So again, you can provide your feedback either on the posters we've set up or directly on your handout. Just don't forget to hand your handout in to us either at the registration table or to us directly before the end of the day tomorrow. So we are really excited to hear from all of you about what you think on this list, again, so that we can build a more comprehensive research agenda related to sea level rise in Puget Sound. We anticipate that after we've processed all of the great feedback we received from you all, that we may need to have some future focused conversations about information gaps in one or more of these categories. So we've also set up an online form. If any of you would like to engage with us in further opportunities or conversations, this online form is just a place where you can indicate to us that you'd like for us to contact you or to give you updates about where we're going next with this work and if there are opportunities to dive into more detail. So we've got a QR code here and a link. It's also on your packet, so you can access that later. So we are, again, set up in room 2BC. The room number on the packet's incorrect because some things shifted. But 2BC today and to room 2A tomorrow. So please come find us if you have some time. We'll, again, be staffed there during breaks, lunches, and before and after the workshop. I think we have time for maybe one question, if there's a question from the audience. Otherwise, we encourage you to come find us and chat with us if you have any questions or want any more information about this activity. So if there's any questions, I can take one. Otherwise, please come find us in room 2BC. Excellent. Yes, we'd like you to pick, I know it's a long list of 45, but we are asking you to say which 4 of that whole list do you think are the most important to you. And again, specifically, we're interested in, which gaps really do you think are the most crucial to fill in order to be able to take management action to make progress. So yes, we're limiting your choice to 4, even though I know that might be a challenge. Perfect. All right, well, thank you so much. And again, we'll be in room 2BC, so please feel free to engage. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy and Sandra. And HSIL staff and Puget Sound Institute staff will pull you into the room if you don't go in there, and highly encourage you to do it. They've done a lot of work. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Johannesson with Coastal Geologic Services and Natural Systems Design. Very excited in this next session to hear from project implementers and what they are having to deal with on the ground related to sea level rise and climate change.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to give you some information today from, as Matt said, on the ground projects. We've done a lot of studies over the years, done a lot of projects. So we always like to see things get done, dirt get moved, things get finished. I've been reading about sea level rise since I was an undergrad in the early mid-'80s. It's been a long time coming. These things we knew they were coming. We were waiting for action to be taken. I'm glad to see a lot more attention these last few years. I introduced this whole topic to coastal training program back about 20 years ago, and actually got a few questions. Why are we having a whole session on this? But it's time we get serious. It's time we get the planning done as well. I had a quick question. How many folks here, there's a lot of new faces for me, how many folks here are less than 2 years in their current job? Sure enough. And how many folks are less than 5 years in the field professionally? So good, yeah. So you guys have your hands full. You have your work cut out for you. There's plenty of work for the next 30 years. There's going to be lots to do. It's going to get interesting and more interesting. And I'm glad you're here to do that. I'm going to give you a few case studies, but I'm trying to give you some lessons learned as requested. I've got actually a new talk today. A rare thing. We have a brand new talk. I've wanted to first mention we've got this Marine Shoreline Design Guidelines that DFW funded, published 10 years ago that our group wrote. So there's lots and lots and lots of information about restoration techniques and armor removal techniques, soft shore protection, nature-based design, all of those things. That was, of course, funded because we had way too many bulkheads being built 30, 20, 10 years ago. So that's out there. You can find the Marine Shoreline Design Guidelines online, of course. So trying to give you some of the concepts I've seen elsewhere in the world and what we're trying to do here, I really need to think bigger. We need to scale up what we've been doing. We've done a lot of small projects over the years. We might get, hundreds of feet, thousands of feet if we're lucky, but we need to really be thinking larger than that. We need to be dealing with drift cells, need to be dealing with entire management units that are way beyond ownership scale. We really need to emphasize the restoration and get that into land use planning relative to sea level rise. We can't be rebuilding in the same places. Other states have done it. We've got some catch up to do there. Streamlined permitting, we've made some good steps there. I think we need to make a lot more steps for restoration projects. And I'm also saying restoration projects aren't always and are often not 100% pure restoration. We've had a lot of great projects with a little bit of, we replace a stairway here, restore this whole reach. And we get kicked out of streamlined permitting because we're replacing a little piece of structure for the landowner, whether it's a park or whatever the case may be. So I think streamlined permitting needs to be just a little bit simpler there. And in urban shores, we're always making compromises, so we need to be really wise about that. One example from Vancouver where we've got not pushing out as they've done in some parts of Vancouver to make beaches and habitats, but pulling back. This is a park that was done a handful of years ago, east side of the city, where they took a substantial amount of fill out and made a nice wetland complex at New Brighton Park. Killisset Harbor, another large project from this region, from Jefferson County, south of Port Townsend. These islands used to be connected for 5 generations. Before that, there was an opening. Zooming in there, this was a Pisner project from 12 years ago or 14 years ago, but opening up the entire harbor between Marrowstone and Indian Island, which has had tremendous habitat benefits. So we need to be doing more projects of that size. So we talk about restoration. Like I said, it's not always pure restoration. Got some other R's for you. Rewild. Rewilding is something people are doing a lot in Europe and in the UK in particular, where we don't go in and plant a whole area. Basically, they are just trying to keep the troublesome species out, like the grazers, like the deer or others, and let the species come in on their own. We can devote more land to just rewilding on its own without spending millions of dollars on planting and weeding and all of those things. Just get the biggest problems out of the way. Recreating habitats, well, sometimes we can't, like I said, pure restoration. I'll give you a habitat creation project example in a minute. Reducing costs, critical. I already mentioned the permitting. Recycling, there's a term they use a lot in Britain as well, recycling sediment. So we're taking sediment that is, in their case, from the end of a long drift cell and moving it back to the beginning of a drift cell. So instead of finding new sediment from upland, other times we're using marine sediment in other countries and in the east coast of this country. We're not taking marine sediment here, but there's perhaps some cases where we can, where we're not disturbing shallow water habitats, but maybe deeper, in order to do sediment-based restoration. I'd like to see more money for on-the-ground projects and less money for studies. I'm probably in the wrong room for that, I'm sorry. But we've done a lot of prioritizations over the years. They've been redone over the years. We've got a lot of action plans over the years. I think we need to implement the ones we've already done before we really spend tons of money on new things. Reinterpret. So we've got a lot of great projects out there that don't have signs up anymore. Signs have been trashed, the signs are rusted. I think we'd spend a small amount of money on reinterpreting successes and make some real progress. So quickly, Driftwood Beach, this is more of a pure restoration. This is up in San Juan County. This is a 25-year-old project now. This was the before. I like to call it the road to nowhere. I presented to the community on an alternative to a riprap revetment for their private community here on Blakely Island. We did end up doing that. We got a rare thing for an island. We got unanimous support from a community of hundreds of people. It's another sediment-based project here. This is a case where the beach was mined. I actually met the man many years ago who drove gravel away from the beach to build some stuff upland. And this is common. This happened all over Puget Sound, all over the world. So when we talk about nourishment, we're not always talking about augmenting, we're talking about replacing what was taken away. I think it's really important to keep that in mind. This project has evolved tremendously on its own with zero maintenance besides a little bit of weeding. It's exposed to a considerable fetch when the winds and the waves come from the northeast. And there's a tremendous amount of wave energy causing it to need to be a gravel beach. Naturally it was, and we replaced that through the project. So we need to understand those past changes. We need to document what are the causes of erosion and accretion. Like I said, sediment augmentation, beach nourishment was required. We need to allow for these to move landward with sea level rise, obviously. So we did build this up a little bit wider and higher, as we have many other projects in the last couple of decades. And finally, they're factoring in this erosion with sea level rise. And with gravel beaches, typically the material moves up the beach, not down. So it often gets higher on its own. There will be initial adjustment, there will be settling, so that needs to be planned for. Second project, this Birch Bay berm, in Whatcom County. This is a project that had gone on for decades in planning and outreach. We see pictured there Roland Middleton, who helped push this forward through the county public works outreach, and Wolf Bauer, who was the pioneer of these gravel beach nourishment projects. First project going way back to 1972 at Tolmie State Park. I overlapped with Wolf on a bunch of projects, worked together. This project was led by ESA, Coastal Geologic, which I ran for 30 years. We did a lot of the studies leading up to it and did the co-design the beach project. This is the largest nourishment project in the region at about almost 100,000 cubic yards of material brought in. Again, the Air Force took out half of that during the Cold War to build some incredibly thick concrete walled structures. Other times it was lost through development, through encroachment on the beach, through casual beach mining and such. So this project, like I said, is the largest part of Birch Bay. It's 1.6 miles long. And the problem is right there. The road was getting destroyed. The beach was getting eroded away. There's a few structures that stuck out over the beach that got in the way. So it was a combination of public works issues, passage for the road, replacing habitats, dealing with cultural resources, dealing with right-of-way acquisition. All of these issues took a long time to develop the project. Wolf Bauer had a design in 1975, a conceptual design. We ended up going with a design that wasn't incredibly different from that. Just like the sea level curves we're looking at these days aren't incredibly different from what I was looking at in the 80s and the 2000s. The problems are the same, and the solution here, Wolf already had a rough idea way back in the day. This is a $15 million project, all sorts of different funding. We used a reference beach approach, I think is crucial for design. A natural beach that's nearby that has the same characteristics, the same energy coming at it. We had the nourishment design on the bottom there, which was 3 to 7 feet vertically high. We mimicked some of those natural beach slopes and materials. We had stormwater swale on the landward side. Looking at it more from a landscape perspective, public access. So we treated this site in a few different sections, and that's usually the case. A lot of material was brought in, like I said. This was in 2020, early 2020 was the project construction. And we had overnourishment in the south end. So I really wanted to make sure we had extra material, what the Army Corps sometimes calls advanced maintenance. So on the updrift south end, we had a nice wide segment you see there. And from aerial view, so that's meant to be what Wolf Bauer used to call a feed source. Bauer invented the term feeder bluff. He, sort of pushed this idea of drift cells locally, and then this feed source and this kind of design he really pioneered. So we've seen a little erosion of that feed source. We've monitored it now for 4 years. We've seen relative stability with a little bit of onshore transport, and we're starting to see a little bit of northward transport. This was right after construction. This was right before construction. So the road had one more chance to get damaged right before construction, and a whole lane got taken out for a substantial stretch. So when it was finally built, everybody was very happy. After construction, this was the storm one of the storms that rolled in, and there was tremendous damage to the south, immediately south of the project, where this picture is taken, southwest windstorm, and we can see logs, gravel, sand up into people's living rooms adjacent to the project. During the project, this was the height of the storm, with material, wave energy being absorbed by the berm. We were able to recreate potential forage fish spawning habitat. There is very little documented spawning in the region. So looking at this, these kind of projects with a mix of restoration and enhancement, we did build out, in this case, the road could not be moved. It was determined by a committee of thousands, literally. So we built out over a damaged system. A few different treatments were put into place in different reaches, like I said. The outreach was critical to keep this project moving. It happened over many different elements. Luckily, that fellow Roland was one continuity throughout. We were able to tell Wolf Bauer on his 100th birthday party that the project is starting soon, very soon. It's going to get built. It's not built yet, but we were able to tell him that. He lasted to 102, an amazing guy. So 45 years later, persistence was what got a project like this done, and many others that people really stick with it. I was going to jump to Bellingham Bay for a minute, a different type of restoration project, an estuary project. It's an example of habitat creation I want to tell you about now. Reason being, our creek mouths in Bellingham Bay have been basically paved over, filled over, pushed out. 2,000 plus acres of eelgrass were filled out in the greater GP mill in Bellingham Bay, Whatcom Creek, Squalicum Creek, both salmon-bearing creeks. Padden Creek in the south side has had similar impacts, not quite as great, also a salmon creek. On the left there, you see Little Squalicum Creek pointed out with the yellow area. I'll show you that. But this goes from the 1880s to the red modern shoreline. Most of that shallow water habitat was gone. They were filling and taking what was a low bank shoreline, accretion beaches and all that, and sluicing up into it to create from deep water to create low elevation lands. This is another story of persistence. This is a 2008 concept for Little Squalicum Estuary, drawn on tracing paper, very old school. We managed to get that put into the master plan. So the Little Squalicum Park master plan is an essential thing for any park, for any major development in a city or a town or a county, where if you're going to be doing some planning, you need to get the habitat elements in the master plan, or they're just not going to happen. There's going to be a ball field there, there's going to be a soccer field, there's going to be off-leash dog stuff. So you got to really work through each step of the process as parks and other public spaces are being planned. So we're developing the design over time. Funding is coming in thanks to the City of Bellingham Public Works Natural Resources. We've got vegetation being added. This thing's firming up. So finally, by 2016, we had a full engineering plan set. This is the 2016 on the ground situation. We had Little Squalicum Creek in a concrete pipe, perched above the beach. So we were trying to create shallow water estuarine habitat for juvenile Chinook and other salmon species, forage fish, which use it now, where all other areas around there were trashed. This was formerly a narrow ravine. So the habitat creation had a number of acres of new land dug out. This is during construction, and we had to work under the BNSF railway, which was a whole nother story, of persistence. I'll tell you now. We needed some shore armoring to get under that railway without destabilizing the supports built in 1920 something. When we look at this from the other angle looking out to the bay, this is the first stop for salmon when they're coming out of the Nooksack River. We've seen tremendous fish use this past summer of juvenile salmon and forage fish, some of which are identified, some of which are not, but we have multiple salmon species known to be using it. The lessons learned here, where development has destroyed critical habitats and has destroyed connectivity, sometimes habitat creation is needed. And the funders understood this. We were not trying to fool them on this. In other words, be ready to deviate from the true restoration. We have to be more creative as we go forward. Getting the project concept into the master plans, like I said, was critical, and that's a really important step as it goes along. Getting buy-in from the public was critical. Parks was able to say, we're going to give up much of our flat park space. And we're going to keep your dogs in a little tiny area over here, or the beach, and we're not going to put any ball fields in. And the people were brought along. They said, we love salmon, this is what it takes. We're willing to do that. 16 years of persistence on this one. This is an example of a place where this is not a super low elevation site. So with sea level rise, we had to dig down to get below sea level current. And we've got a little bit of land that can spread laterally as sea level rises. That's not the case in many of our existing coastal wetlands and estuaries. Some of these are in very low areas, and we have roads and houses all around them. So that's the biggest obstacle to restoration, letting the shore transgress, move landward with sea level rise. So as we do more restoration on estuaries, we really need to be doing major acquisition around these estuaries to allow for future natural evolution of the embayments. Just to wrap up at the end here, I got just a little bit at the end. Do we really need 3 levels of government to permit these projects? Local, federal, state? You guys tell me. The answer is maybe not. After the great recession we had back in 2008, I remember there's a very brief window when people were talking about simplifying permitting, but the window passed very quickly. And I know, everybody's got their job to do, but things could be more efficient to get these things done, especially on a restoration track. So that's why I'm saying to broaden the streamline process. So a lot of projects aren't getting kicked out of the streamline restoration as a first step, permitting. So maybe there's 20% of shore, 15% of shore, pick a number where we are not doing pure restoration. The flood studies can add a lot of time and money too for doing studies where we're changing the possible flood elevation or flood boundaries. Sometimes that's held up a number of projects, both in rivers and in coastal situations. I think there's definitely some streamlining we could do there. I didn't go over any pure enhancement projects, but we've done a bunch of them over the years where we're literally throwing sediment at the beach in places where there's roads and armor. They can be very inexpensive compared to some of these other projects. Fidalgo Bay is an example where Dan Pentilla, when he was still working, said, you guys have saved these populations of forage fish, particularly winter spawning surf smell. And you've brought summer spawners back from the brink, where the Fidalgo Bay is a very impacted spot in Skagit County. So sometimes that can be very effective. If we could use dredge sediment more readily, we could do a lot more projects. Right now, if you don't have the perfect timing to get the dredge sediment and place it, and you have all the permits, which take 3 years to get in many cases, it takes 5 years to get a dredge permit in many cases. If it's not all perfectly lined up, sediment goes to deep water. Some other places in Europe are using more of a pool. So who's got sediment? Everybody who's going to dredge, put your name on the list. Everybody who wants sediment, put your name on the list. What size do you want? What size do you have? So there's a lot of efficiency I think we could do there, save a lot of money. Finally, I'm just going back to that same slide I showed before. And with that, any time for questions? Okay, so I think we have time. There's only 2 of us in this session. I'll leave that up for a minute, but any questions or discussion?
Take advantage of this, kick this off. I'm Jason Albrick, Puget Sound Section Manager with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Really appreciate you bringing all this knowledge and experience in here today. I guess my question is, I get the gist with what you presented here, long projects, decades long and in some cases. How much effort went into communication and ATHAR relationship building within the community? Can you share some of your experiences and maybe some key takeaways on that?
Yeah, sure. The outreach and the communication has been critical on these projects I've shown. I mean, the first one was an HOA, so that's a little easier to get right to those folks. And that first one in the islands, we did some small meetings. We did one big community meeting, which helped a lot. So we was able to present and discuss. Like I said, the islands can be quirky communities, but it was a unanimous vote. And they said this is the first and the last time this is ever going to happen. So we had a captive audience. Birch Bay, there was a ton of outreach over 30 years. Funding was the biggest problem for Birch Bay. That's why it took so long. In the end, it turned into right-of-way acquisition was a biggie and working through the cultural resource issues. But again, communication was key for all of those. We had 4 or 5 public workshops through that Birch Bay design process, and that had gone on for years before as well. And then, the Shore Friendly program is a great example of one that Lisa will talk about in just a moment. But from my perspective, it's been great to get out to the neighborhoods, meet the people through the Shore Friendly program, whether it's 1 or 3 or 10 or doing neighborhood walks, because you're planting the seeds for them. These are some things you could be doing, in the long term. These are some things you should do tomorrow, and they get to discuss among themselves. And then you get to reach through that usually the most active people, the critical people that influence the others, the influencers. So you can kind of get them on board. Okay, we can do a restoration project in your community, and they help influence others as well. So critical in all of those. And then the Little Squalicum, again, it was multiple public meetings. Anybody else?
Hi, Jeb, over here. So I'm interested in your thoughts about the streamlining and what would be necessary to streamline the permitting process. I worked under the Clean Water Act. I had a whole career in Alaska for EPA under the Clean Water Act, and from the very beginning, streamlining has been built into the Clean Water Act. And my experience in Alaska is that what the federal government was always trying to do is push the responsibility down to the state and to the local governments. But there were criteria. They actually had to meet the intent of the Clean Water Act in order to receive the programs. And so, and my experience was that the state eventually did a lot of that very reluctantly. And the local governments just really didn't want to do it. And I can understand it because it's expensive. So I'm curious what you think are the impediments to the streamlining now in Washington.
Sure. Well, I'm going to defer most of that to Lisa Kaufman, who's more knowledgeable on that. She'll be up in a minute. But answering part of that, I think I already mentioned quickly that we've had a lot of projects that had a lot of restoration, but not 100%. And we've fallen off the train for the few processes we have now to try to get projects through quickly, such as with surfboard funding projects. We do have a lot of federal review here, as I think you know, more than what you seem to be referring to in Alaska. And that, that often holds things up for a year or more. So that's tough with the funding. A lot of people's funding starts running out before the permits come into place. You have to get extensions. Construction's been getting more and more expensive, so all of a sudden they don't have the budget they needed. So again, I'm going to defer most of that to Lisa, if you don't mind. She'll be right up. Is anybody else wanted to? Somebody way over here. Great. Thank you. Great question. The first one I showed was 100% local landowner funded through their HOA. The other two I showed were all public funding and private foundation funding for Little Squalicum, public sources that you guys are all familiar with. City of Bellingham contributed a lot to that last one. Other projects we do have grant funding, and then there might be a cost share from the locals, 10, 20, 30%, depending on what's going on. So each one's different. The Killisett Harbor, which is more like, I forget, 15 million or something like that, was grant funded through the PSAR and through ESRP, Surfboard, all the usual suspects. So yeah, they're quite a unique combination. Here she comes. Yeah, there's always a role for incentives. And again, Lisa will talk about that some more specifically through the Shore Friendly program, which has a suite of incentives that have worked quite well. I mean, another incentive that some people really like, if it's more private funding, is the streamlined permitting. If they're not going to have to do 4 studies and take a long time, they're more likely to, remove their bulkhead than not, let's just say, outside of the Shore Friendly program. Other incentives, yeah, if there is another way to match money to cost share with locals to do restoration leaning projects, I think that would go a long way. I think Shore Friendly is the main vehicle these days, but perhaps there can be others. People love that. I mean, people love deals when they go shopping, so people just love to, oh, you're going to give me 20%? I'm there, So I think we need to think about that more and more. But again, I think Lisa can follow up on that. Somebody back here.
Thinking about the theme of streamlining permits, has anyone ever put together something like a one-stop shop where you can gather all of the agencies, federal, state, and local, in a room that have permit requirements, coordinate the information that's needed for each of those permits, and maybe determine critical path so you don't wind up getting some of the lesser permits first, and then there's one final no permit that's going to stop the process, and you've already done all this work.
Well, the answer is yes. There are things that have been a pilot project for a few years, and again, I'm not the main specialist on that, but there's several efforts underway. I mean, it started years ago with sort of easier permitting for surfboard funded projects, which made life a lot easier for some of those projects. So yes, I'm going to let Lisa pick up on that again. Is there any non-permit question I can wrap up with here? And we have others in the room I'm sure can contribute. Ian.
So I wanted to ask you, Jim, to explore the recycle sediment note a little bit, in particular thinking about Puget Sound, because, I feel like there's been some successes with this kind of dredge reuse associated with places where there's large dredging projects. But my sense is that, I don't know, just how feasible is this in Puget Sound in terms of a realistic source for aggregate for restoration?
Yeah, good question. I mean, you're not going to go out and find Birch Bay gravel from a deep water dredge. But places like Swinomish Channel are full of beautiful coarse sand and is dredged fairly frequently because there's a high current that goes through there, and it's a coarser material than most dredge projects. So that sediment, has often perhaps always gone to deep water. So there could be a very dedicated use of sediment like that where it's coarser. Sediment that's within marinas is usually too fine, and it's occasionally contaminated. And then there's a number of examples of bypassing sediment, such as at marina inlets. We've done it at Lagoon Point. We've done it at a couple other sites on Whidbey, Mariners Cove. It's been done at Birch Bay Village. You're taking sediment from one side of an inlet that's filling it in and moving it to another. So there's lots of examples of that. One more item. I mean, I think there's some examples where we could, like in Britain, literally take sediment from big, wide accretion areas that are simply spilling into deep water after that and run it back up like they're doing there. Another, Andrea in the back there. We did use, yeah, good point. I mean, that was an example of recycling sediment. We used about a third of the dredge dug up sediment from Little Squalicum Estuary for beach nourishment downdrift to the west. And there's a little bit of monitoring. We're doing a little bit right now. There's not very good documentation of the early period after placement, but there is some monitoring that's going on, and there's some forage fish sampling that's going on. I haven't heard results yet. That's being done by others. That's a whole nother topic. Yeah, we could use a lot more monitoring of these projects. There's no doubt about that. Do you want to move on, or? Okay, one more. Okay, thanks everybody.
Thanks, Jim. Next, we're going to have Lisa Kaufman with Northwest Straits Foundation give us a presentation. And I should have said this earlier. Can folks, when they're asking a question, just say your name and organization? If nothing else, it helps me. So thank you, and welcome, Lisa.
All right. I'm shorter than the microphone, apparently. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Lisa Kaufman. I am the Director of Programs for the Northwest Straits Foundation. So I manage our Nearshore Restoration Program. I also manage the Shore Friendly Program for the North Sound in partnership with our friends at Friends of the San Juans, and as well as all of our other partners across the region. First, I guess I want to start out by thanking Jim for reminding me of the 10 things that I did not include in my presentation. You know, I can answer some of those questions as we go along, and hopefully, you know, answer some of those key points. Just kind of get started here, though. So restoration planning and implementation really combines natural and social sciences and puts it into action. We work with researchers, coastal geologists, geomorphologists, engineers, ecologists, policymakers. It's fully a multidisciplinary work. which really in summary is, I look at all the smart people in the room here, I take your ideas, and then I try and put it on the ground. That's really what my job pretty much is. And so when we're planning for restoration in the face of climate change and sea level rise, we have to make choices that in most cases will change how we or the landowners interact and use the shorelines. It's a decision about how far into the future do we expect a site to look? Do we want it to look the same? Do we want it to allow for uninhibited change? As Jim kind of alluded to, we're not usually doing full restoration. Kind of the theme of my discussion is really going to be about compromise and making those decisions about, what are we going to give up in order to gain something? And in some cases, what are we going to compromise and lose some of our potential gains that we would like to see? In theory, in my, whoops, I'm changing slides without meaning to. That's the wrong slide. Hang on, sorry. I'm trying to roll my notes down, but I would love to say I'm a purist in the world of restoration. I would love to say that, my clients are really the fish and the birds and the marine mammals and all the tiny little, microinvertebrates and macroinvertebrates as well, and the processes. But we work in this built environment. So we have to look at that intersection of the human use, human built environment, development, and the constraints that come with that. And climate change and sea level rise is making that more and more challenging pretty much every day. So how do we combine working with private property owners and public landowners and discussing what our value systems are going to be now and in the future? How much land are we willing to give up for the sake of the habitats and species, as well as providing protection for those users and the people that live on that shoreline? So that's kind of going to be the basis of what we'll chat about today in the context of various projects as well. Hopefully this changes. There we go. Just want to first thank Simone for her beautiful artwork. This is kind of more of a I love the coastal squeeze slides that we think we've all become used to and we use all the time. This is sort of a really beautiful depiction, I think, of what coastal squeeze does and what restoration can provide as well. Our primary focus of restoration at the Northwest Straits is really centered around shoreline armor removal, prevention of new armor installation. You may realize that it's a little cheaper to do the prevention side than it is to do the restoration side. So we've been really focusing on that a lot where we have the opportunities to do so. Our goals are not centered on just one species. We might write grants around one species, but the reality is that when we look at an opportunity, we look at it from the perspective of aiming for climate resiliency, as well as improving that connectivity by removing the habitat fragmentation. Again, we all know that we're dealing with this legacy of development that included maximum allowances for views on private and public lands, which resulted also in separating the uplands from the marine environment. So we really have disconnected ecosystems. You've got your lawn, and maybe you have your house or you have your state park, and then there's the marine waters. And this legacy of shoreline armoring, hardening, straightening, simplifying our shorelines has really created a system or multiple systems that are not talking to each other, not interacting with each other. So our goal is to create that ability again for those systems to interrelate and interact. I don't know how to move my notes down, but let's see that. There we go. And that again is changing the slides. I'm just going to give up on that part. This past, well, actually, I guess it's 2 years ago, our tiny little organization reached a milestone of 1 mile of shoreline restored. Given the number of shoreline miles across the Sound, it's a bit of a drop in the bucket, but over 10 years, we've probably affected some change in our shorelines, really by the people that we've been working with. A good percentage of these projects are on private property, as well as public. So, can we touch enough people, create enough, how many demonstration projects can you have, right? Every single project is becoming a demonstration project now because you have to be able to interact with the people that are using it. But with these projects that we've done, we also aim to learn from each parcel and each site that's restored or enhanced through our work. And we do that by also partnering with folks like Jason Toft and his team that are in the room here and others to monitor as many projects as we can. And we aim to do that for up to 10 years if we can. So we're happy to have, we have HSIL funding for a lot of our restoration work, and we also have HSIL funding that supports this restoration monitoring that we think is really important in order to show the change, as well as over time, looking at as our systems are changing and modifying, how are they responding to storms, increased, influx of water, compound flooding, are they working well, or do we need to think about any kind of other adaptive management? So how are the species and the physical processes adapting in that? Currently, we've got about 3 to 4 projects, in different phases of planning, with at least, one aiming to go to construction, maybe 2025, a whole bunch of others. I'm looking more into the future, 26 to 28. Restoration is really all about patience. And so, how can we be patient with increasing storms when, you wait 6 months and your entire site may change in the face of a storm, especially when you're looking at these little parcel scale sites of, one landowner to another. And we also know that no 2 projects are ever the same. So we can't just say, oh, well, it's going to respond like that. Look at this site, it's going to respond. We do use them as demonstrations to, kind of teach lessons. But every single project and every nook and cranny of our shoreline is different, so the projects respond differently too. We also tend to work on smaller scale projects. We are working more like a parcel scale, or in some cases, in a state park or an HOA where maybe we have a couple, 100 feet of shoreline. I would love to get engaged, in a project where, you're blowing up a dike and doing something like that, but it's a, that's kind of left somewhat to other organizations. In our slice of the Salish Sea and the North Sound, notice that, the North Sound or the Puget Sound is sometimes defined as, ending at, Snohomish County or so, which geographically it does, but, we're up in the North Sound too, Bellingham, Skagit, over in the San Juans. We understand too that in the realm of like private landowners, public landowners, nobody that we interact with is in denial of sea level rise or climate change. They may not talk about it directly, but they would only be contacting us, because basically they understand that there are changes happening on their shorelines. So the question is, they know what's happening, they see it, they feel it, they're concerned about it. So now our questions are, what are they willing to do? And what are they willing to sacrifice, and how they change, how they live on the shoreline. And this is kind of where the Shore Friendly program comes into play. It is based on incentives. For those of you that may not be familiar with the Shore Friendly program, it's a landowner outreach and education and incentives program. So we're working on those, that 60% of the shoreline across the region that is in non-public ownership and primarily residential ownership in a lot of cases. So we're engaging with private property owners one-on-one, or as Jim also mentioned, we do beach walks, we do neighborhood community walks. We try and engage with folks to kind of let them look at their slice of the shoreline in a unique manner that's outside of just what they see out their window or what they see on what they consider to be their stretch of their beach. It allows us to provide education and outreach, which I'll go in a little bit more, but it also allows us to provide them with services that are fully funded through our grant that's funded right now through the Estuary Salmon Restoration Program, as well as some HSIL funding as well. So it's kind of a unique program in that, we're kind of out there going like, it's sort of a dangling of a carrot, we will give you this, we will teach you how to, live on your shoreline, we'll provide you maybe with a design, we'll provide you with permitting assistance. And then we'll hold your hand through an entire restoration project if you're willing to walk with us. So that's kind of the Shore Friendly program in a bit of a nutshell, but it's basically, again, it's trying to encourage people to think differently about how they are living on their shoreline. So I'm going to go through kind of a series of challenges. And I will end more on that positive, lovely note of, here are some of the examples. I'll also look at some of our projects as examples of, these challenges and the positive outcomes and opportunities we have. When we look at a particular location, some compromises are worth moving forward with, others may not be. And this is regardless of whether you're on public or private lands. Landowners still believe, in this case, that they can live as close as they possibly want to a shoreline, and they can build their way out of climate change, which is something that we all know is not based in reality, but it's also a matter of what their timeline of reality is. We still constantly are finding landowners that just kind of say to us, well, I'll just live here for as long as, I'll deal with it as long as I'm going to be here. But any particular storm can change that dynamic in an instant, especially for those people that are living on our feeder bluffs with very limited setbacks. We've seen it all. Jim, Andrea, everybody else that's in this room, that's been out to private properties, all of our shore-friendly partners. There's not a day that goes by that you don't maybe touch a shoreline property and your eyeball's about ready to pop out of your head with, oh my God, how are these people still living here? But they do. And at the onset of the shore-friendly program, it was assumed that addressing the need for landowners to consider relocation or elevation would turn them off to considering any other options other than just putting in hard armor. We're turning that around now. The last handful of years, every single site visit that we go on has to be consideration for where is somebody's house, where is their infrastructure, where are their septics, where are their wells, where are their downspouts and their drainage relative to how far they are from the shoreline. And one of the questions that needs to be brought up in their reports is, do you have enough room to move back? Do you have, should you be moving your house up? How long really do you have to stay in this property? So we're not shying away from that anymore, because if we don't continue to address it, people are going to keep buying properties and ignoring the reality of where they're living in these very dynamic environments. And we're not trying to scare people away. Maybe sometimes we are, just to kind of give them a little shake. But we understand that they choose to live in this area just like all of us because it's beautiful. But we're looking for those compromises of how can you live on your property in this environment, in this challenging place, and still make sure that you're creating habitat benefits that are, so you're not sacrificing your living for the habitat as well. Because they've all moved there because they want to see the birds, they want to see the whales, they want to have the fish. So we have to recreate that connection of why they are where they are and how they can be that solution as well. So Jim had kind of mentioned some of the challenges around permitting and the points of, if you want to put in some stairs or you want to, create some access, that it can bump us out of these streamlined permitting processes. Landowners still want their access and their views, and we need to find a balance and some compromise. Like I said, I'm a purist. I would love to say nobody should be living on our shorelines anymore, but we can't do that. And more, I'm beginning to understand really, and talking to landowners that probably have different perspectives than I do, that in order to get people to understand the issues, they still have to be able to put their toes in the water. If they can't touch the water, if they can't feel the sand, beneath their feet, they can't see the sediment maybe coming off of their bluff tiny little bit at a time, they're not going to have an understanding of the real issues. So providing their access, allowing them to get to the beach, is a really important part of the work that we're doing when we're dealing with private properties. And even on our public lands too. Where can we move a parking lot to where we still have equitable access to our shorelines, to these public lands, but we're allowing for people to get to the beach while compromising for the habitat to also be there, and to move landward is sea level rise, climate change, because that's really what we're talking about. In this particular case of removing armor, we're looking at forage fish habitat, we're looking at all those interactions of processes in the nearshore, in that critical piece of our shoreline where all of those ecosystems are merging together. We've got to be able to get people onto the shoreline. And unfortunately, especially our landowners that are on feeder bluffs, more and more, because of the rules that at face value as restoration practitioners, we think, yeah, no more stairs down to the beach, nobody should be able, should be developing on our feeder bluffs. However, when you take that away from them through the SMPs, which is mostly what's doing that, we lose the ability of these landowners to say, yes, I will restore that shoreline, I will work with you to remove my bulkhead. And when you go that route, when you start pulling them away from those opportunities, that's when we also end up with unpermitted actions. We are not necessarily, we like to think, we are fighting this fight of armor being installed, but there's more and more armor repair that is not necessary, but is getting done outside of the permitting world, outside of the regulatory framework, because we have too many ways to say no to the landowners, rather than trying to say yes and. We can do that. We can find compromises. We can find ways to make it work for everybody. Certainly there's places where people just shouldn't be. You shouldn't be living 10 feet from, the toe of a bluff or a base of a, or the bluff crest. But getting people to the beach shouldn't be the barrier to restoration. So that's definitely one of those challenging things that we're facing in our world of restoration. Oh yeah. Sorry, my notes aren't matching up. One of the other things that we're really trying to do, and Jim kind of mentioned the term rewilding, which in that case is really just sort of letting the land do its thing. In our case, I think we are trying to actually do some acceleration of that reforestation process in order to make sure we have that connectivity between our uplands, our bluffs, our shorelines, but getting landowners to give up their views and understand that that's a benefit to them, that they can create a little window, that you don't have to have a 360 view or 180 degree view in order to see the shoreline and see the beach, is a really big challenge. And we've had people pull out of projects because they don't want to put in a couple trees because they think it's going to destroy their property value or destroy why they're there, without understanding that those trees are actually going to enhance their properties in the long run. It's going to knit those soils together. It's going to help, take all that excess moisture that we're getting with our increasing storms and rain, and it's going to actually, in the long run, provide them with additional protection. So they're, I guess, and that's their trade-off. They're willing to take on the risk of not having trees in order to maintain their views. So that's definitely a challenge we're still facing. We have other people that are willing to do it, but I think most people are still thinking that they want to be able to see the water all the time, all times of the year. And we've had that same battle sometimes even on our public properties that we've worked on as well, where they feel like there's that intersection of lawn to a walking path to a shoreline, and that should be maintained kind of free of any obstacles. So, but I think our public properties, our public landowners now are coming around to realizing that they have to think a little differently. Otherwise, we're not going to have these sites anymore. So let's get into the more the happy side of things. The opportunities. As I mentioned, many of the issues we face along the shoreline are related to human-driven challenges. Changes rather. Development on our shorelines, deforestation, stormwater, septics, armoring, low-lying roads, all contributing to habitat challenges and changes in these coastal processes that support the habitats. They're all being exacerbated with climate change and sea level rise. The Shore Friendly program provides these opportunities where, again, as I mentioned, we can educate landowners about climate change and the suite of emerging issues. We have, previously, we've been doing this since before Shore Friendly started as an actual Shore Friendly entity, but mostly it was, we talked about climate change, we talked about sea level rise as a piece of the puzzle. We're starting to kind of, again, flip that switch a little bit where now we're providing, entire workshops on sea level rise and climate change, and then how is that affecting how you're living on the shoreline, not the other way around. So we are constantly sort of tweaking the Shore Friendly program, adding more and more workshops with different topics that are of interest to landowners, so that we can also get them talking to their neighbors, talking to their communities, and get the issues and the knowledge out there. Again, we have these miles and miles of shoreline. A good percentage of that is in private ownership. We've got to get those one-on-one conversations, those 20-on-1 conversations, and take it out of rooms like this and get it onto the ground where the people that can actually make decisions, have the knowledge in order to be more willing to make those changes. We are also kind of building up a portfolio of projects where, again, I mentioned the demonstration thing. Every single project should be a demonstration project. So we can demonstrate the benefits of restoration to other landowners. This particular site here is actually, it's a restoration project that we did a couple of years ago. It's 2 adjacent parcels with a public right-of-way in between the 2, which caused some angst and grief during the planning of the project, but we don't need to go into that. But adjacent to one of the properties is a fully armored property. They have plenty of setback. They're up on a hill, and there's a huge boat ramp as well. And I'm not sure if you can actually see it in here, but the restored area is this lovely berm. And this picture was taken really shortly after the project was completed, so the plants are just sort of little twigs and sprigs. They haven't, come in yet. They have now, because we were just there last week. But what we're seeing in this is a king tide and a combined storm event. And what you're seeing here is this lovely berm that got built for the purposes of abating wave energy and sea level rise after we removed a bulkhead, is absorbing that wave energy in a really nice manner. The waves kind of just came up, they trickled through that sediment and trickled into the planting area. And what you see on the far side is waves that had crashed up over a bulkhead, over a boat ramp, and are flooding behind it. So it's really kind of showing 2 sides of the coin of you can actually restore a site and abate that wave energy in the face of these really big storms. I actually have a little video of this that I didn't include, but you can, the noise of it crashing up against the bulkhead and then the quietness of the waves just sort of trickling is just unbelievable, and there's times when I'm standing there with landowners and I'm talking to them and I'll just show them that, as kind of an example of what they can see or what they can have at their property rather than having these hardened structures, which bulkheads don't stop water. Water will go up and over, it'll exacerbate flooding. It's basically like creating a swimming pool in their backyard because it takes forever for the water to come, to leave that site. So we kind of use this sort of thing as an example. Other opportunities through our Shore Friendly program too is that whole complexity of permitting. This is the long list of the potential permits. It's probably only part of the list, depending on which county or city or municipality you're working in as well. So we try and, again, take the burden off of the landowners, and this is in the public and private realm, through doing the permitting ourselves with help, obviously, from our consultants. And some of the greatest changes we have seen has been through the implementation of the MART program. So that's the multi-agency review team, which provides from the federal and state level that coordinated effort, that roundtable approach to permitting, which is really helpful. It gets all the regulators, except for the locals, in the room, in this case on a Zoom call, at one time, looking at all the different pieces of the puzzle of a project and how can we work through it to make the project move forward. Does it speed up the project? Maybe, but it's certainly from a planner perspective, it's really nice to not have to have 15 conversations over and over again. But it's also it's been great for me for the handful of projects that we've been working on, in that it's kind of a troubleshooting session too, of looking at issues that somebody might see and say, well, okay, how can we work through that on this particular project and make it so that it fits the mold of the restoration needs in the permitting world. I'm also, I'd love to, plug it's like the acronym world, but the HRPP, which again is that program that needs to be continued because from the state level, it brings the marine shoreline into that similar type of streamlined permitting as the in-stream projects have had for a long time. It allows us to say, these armor removal projects, while they're small, if we drag out the permitting for years and years, we're going to lose the landowner's willingness to do the project. So it kind of helps simplify some of that, and also takes away some of the burden at the local level too for shoreline permitting too. But yeah, and those challenges, like Jim was sort of pushing off onto me, what we have at the local level is like the suite of every type of permit you could possibly need. From do we have, if we're putting any kind of a shovel on the ground, do we need a filling grade permit? Do we need a building permit? I had to have a building permit to remove a bulkhead when I wasn't building anything. It was crazy. We were unbuilding something and we had to have a building permit. So it boggled my mind. Yeah, and then there's the flood permits, which is the locals taking on kind of that federal and state level of permitting. So if I were a landowner of any sort and this was what I was faced with, I would probably think twice about what I want to do. And I'm the one person that I stand in a room and I say permitting is necessary. Restoration is messy. Unfortunately, the permitting process is also messy. So how can we kind of reduce the mess in order to encourage people to continue to do more work and not do things out of that regulatory framework? But again, the Shore Friendly program provides us with funding to allow, to do it for the landowners so that we can continue to move projects ahead. So just kind of getting a few examples, I'm assuming I still have some time, of projects that we've done over the last couple years. Sunlight Shores is a site over in Clinton where this is a project on a homeowner association property. They had like 350 feet of rock armor, piling stubs, and debris. You could probably say the kitchen sink was probably found in here too. This was kind of a community that basically over the years, they were just like, even though they have no infrastructure that's really at risk, they just kept wanting to build it up, keep the flooding down. But really what they did was completely disconnect themselves from the shoreline. Before we did this restoration project, the community really, they would play on the lawn. They said they never went down to the shore. They really never walked on the beach. They didn't go there. Again, there's no structures here. There's a house that you see that's kind of their little community building way up. The couple constraints we did have on this, septic. There is a septic field and a drain field, so we had to make sure that when we pulled back the shoreline after this armor was removed, that we were still outside of that 100-foot limit, so that we didn't impact that. They also wanted to maintain a lawn at some level, so that they had areas for fire, for a bonfire or whatever it is that they do on the beach, and a volleyball court. Now what you actually see on this site is that they have like 3 or 4 kayak racks that the community built for their members. I don't remember how many people live in this little community or how many homes there are, but it looks to me like there's like 1 kayak for at least every single house. And they all go down to the beach now because they can put their feet in the sand on the beach and allow them to actually engage with their shoreline. What they're also limited, what the benefits too now is that they have less of this bathtub effect. They do have a storm drain that actually, they are the beneficiaries of stormwater runoff going through a pipe from the roads all the way down their property. And so when we do have that combined effect of a high tide and a big storm, a big rain event, you basically have that ponding of water coming from both directions. And it would pond on their lawn. It would basically drown out their lawn. Also drowns out kind of the neighbor's house that's next to them that did not want to engage in an armor removal project. But now they have a lot less of that. It's still going to be a concern, but they also now have this lovely strip of riparian zone, which is absorbing a lot of that wave energy. It takes on some of the heavy work for that. So it's been a great project to engage in. Bowman Bay, this is one of the first projects that I got to work on when I came to the foundation. Bowman Bay is part of Deception Pass State Park, and the idea of restoration here started back in like 2012. Prior to this, this popular state park beach really included the standard design of rock armor along the beach with a path and lawn. Fairly similar to many of our state and local marine parks. They all kind of have a similar feel to it over these years. It's all changing. We're trying to, we're changing some of that dynamic now. Prior to it being a park, it supported a fish hatchery for decades. So what we have under here, there's a lot of constraints that we had to deal with on this particular project site. The infrastructure from the hatchery is actually buried underneath the lawn. So that combined with other cultural resources really dictated the project design. So when we're thinking about this project from the lens of sea level rise, climate change, we were looking at it from a forage fish perspective. Can we remove this bulkhead, provide more room for forage fish spawning, surf melt, maybe sand lance if we're lucky. But we were not able to create the slope that we needed in order to protect cultural resources, and we couldn't dig far back because it would have cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars to deal, probably more, in order to deal with all the concrete infrastructure that is buried under this playground. And again, Bowman Bay Deception State Park, it's one of the highest used parks in the state. So you do have to find that mixed use, the multi-benefit work, so how far back can we pull the shoreline? In this particular case, we are still dealing with fill in our shoreline. We are restoring into a filled environment. This used to be a marsh. If you went, all the way back to the T sheets, it would have been a marsh. Not a parking lot, not a lawn, not even a forest in this particular area where we did the restoration. It's surrounded by forest. But in this case, we are definitely still losing shoreline every year. It's inches and inches. And at some point, the park is going to have to decide again, where's that path going to go? Do we move it back again? How much lawn do we get rid of? And given that you have all that buried infrastructure, how do you do that? It's taken 10 years. When we're talking about climate change, it's taken us 10 years to establish this riparian zone. And we're still facing challenges given our increasingly hotter, drier summers. It took us several years, it took us until last year really to have a dedicated water source. Because of climate change, state parks now has their very own fire truck. They didn't have that before. So now we have access actually to this fire truck that they have to actually empty every so often. So every single week, our dedicated staff back here in the summers are out there watering these plants, and we're finally seeing the trees are growing, the vegetation's growing. We're getting that overstory and the understory that we really need. But it's been a hard sell to get there. Initially as well, previously when we were designing this project, we were also told not to put trees in because they wanted to, parks still wanted to maintain that big view from the parking lot, from the field, for everywhere we were. Now with different management and also just parks is starting to understand, their role in protecting shorelines and protecting species as well as mitigating for climate change. Now we're planting more and more trees. Every time we go out there, we put a tree in the ground. So it's not just the shrubs and the dune grass. Yeah, we're definitely continuing to work on this site. All right, a couple minutes. All right, a couple more slides here. This particular project is an example of one of two that we originally scoped back in 2015 or 2016. At the time, we got through landowner willingness, we had the design, and then communication with the community just dropped. I kept calling them, kept texting, kept emailing, and didn't hear anything. This past year, they apparently reached a tipping point with the flooding. When they had that compound flooding coming from both sides, and they freaked out because their houses were flooding. They couldn't get down their road. And one of their community members was looking through files, looking for options, what can they do, and they came across the designs that were done almost 10 years ago. And now they're on board. Ironically, the reason that it turned out that the project got dropped was because the one landowner whose property is behind that park, this community parcel here, was concerned when we talked about the fact that we would ask them to put in some trees in the planting plan. And they were afraid of losing their view. And me talking about 2 trees, they had a vision of us reforesting the entire site and them never being able to see the water again. And they have this lovely multi-story house, where no tree at this point in time for another 30 or 40 years is ever going to block their views. But I simply just had a conversation with them and said, I'll come out there, I'll go into your living room with you, we'll look out the window, we'll decide where we're going to plant these trees so that they don't block your views. The guy was shocked. He was like, oh, we could do that? I'm like, that's what the Shore Friendly program is about. We find compromise, we work with the community, we work with the landowners, and we make the projects happen. So this project is in design right now, redesign again, and moving into permitting hopefully pretty quickly. And hopefully within a couple of years, we'll have a restored shoreline there. So, and they'll have hopefully less flooding when they have a nice vegetated area there. And this last one, I can talk forever about Clayton Beach, but I'll try and make it brief. Clayton Beach is at Larrabee State Park. It's the very south end of the park. It's very much constrained by the railroad. That anybody driven down Chuckanet Drive? Yeah, well, prior to Chuckanet Drive, there was a trolley that went over the water from Bellingham to Mount Vernon. It didn't last very long. Chuckanet Drive was, developed. I-5 was developed. The car basically was developed. So this particular structure only lasted for about 16 years. It fell apart. It got eaten by, marine borers. But we had this legacy of rock and pilings and a 13-acre dredge hole offshore. So they dredged out this huge area in order to pump sediment, which is basically muck, behind the rock. So we have a perched beach, and now we have a narrowing beach as well. As the sediment keeps moving on, the beach is getting smaller or will get smaller. It's also this dredge hole, which I can show you there. That's the gigantic dredge hole with eelgrass all around it. The dredge hole, a wave model was done as part of our feasibility study for this, and it actually shows that the depth of this hole is allowing the waves to actually break closer to shore, resulting in a scour area where the BNSF Railroad is constantly, in their renegade manner, throwing rock over the railroad to complete the, to fill in this one area that's getting eroded. And that erosion area has grown by hundreds of feet in just a couple, like a decade or two. So this project is pretty much 100% related around sea level rise and climate change mitigation. The eelgrass beds, as you can see here, are all along the shoreline. However, they're obstructed by this rock armor, which unlike most of the armor projects that we do, which is high up on the shoreline, the armor here is really low. It's at like 0 to +4. So by removing the armor, the goal is for those eelgrass beds that are along the shore to be able to expand landward on their own. And then similarly, what we want to do is take the rock, dump it in that hole as a start, and then work with the folks that are dredging the Swinomish Channel to finish filling that dredge hole using clean sediment. And then after that, we are working with, with DNR as well to create a plan in order to plant eelgrass all around that hole. This site is also critical for forage fish. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has actually documented sandlands doing their little burrowing habits, sticking their heads in the sand in the one area on the beach where there is no rock armor. So we're hoping that by removing the armor as well, we expand the ability of forage fish to come back to that area and spread out along that shoreline. And again, I can talk about this project forever, and I think I'm running out of time. Definitely a multi-benefit project. Tons of constraints, but we're working through those. The biggest one is getting everybody to agree that it's okay to put sand back in this gigantic hole. And yeah, so coming to hopefully a state park near you. And yeah, again, I can talk about that forever. So if you want to talk about, with me, I'll be here for a little while. All right, that's it for me for right now, and I think I went over. And and this is the next species we have to be concerned about. We must protect the spiny lumpsucker. Just saying. And by protecting eelgrass beds, we will protect the spiny lumpsucker. I talked too long. Oh no, Dawn.
Congratulations on a mile of small parcels at a time. That is huge.
Thank you. It takes a village.
So to be comfortable,
Nice.
do you find your landowners that you're talking with, like, trying to do the right thing, you go through permitting, and a lot of times they end up, how often do you think you should have done it anyway?
Oh yeah, we have one right now. We have a couple right now that are basically like, well, my neighbors just did it in the dark of night and rebuilt their bulkhead. We have another that because of this issue of access is getting to a point where they're really thinking about their property rights and who has a right to tell them what to do on their property. We're still trying to work through it, calm them down, make them understand that. Well, luckily now it's so much harder to permit. If they were to do it through the permitting process, to permit a bulkhead, than it is to actually, take them out. It's more expensive. It's more time consuming. So even though we look at years and years of permitting, you can double that for putting in a bulkhead now.
And I just kind of wonder if maybe you would be better off enforcement side of things. If we made it more painful to them to fix it after they built it legally than it was.
Yeah, my thoughts are it's not just the landowner that needs to be penalized, it's the contractors. If you have a contractor that puts a project together without seeing the permits in hand, they're the ones that should be facing the penalties as well. Yeah, that's my little speech. Thanks.
Okay, we are moments away from lunch. I'm going to get another slide up here, but basically, want to thank all the speakers for the morning session. We're going to come back at about 1 o'clock after we have lunch, which is going to be served in the lobby. Use lunch however you see fit. Take a break, take a walk, chit-chat with colleagues. We do have actually a couple lunch activities that are going to be happening if you'd like to do that. Amy Kinney and Sandra Dorning mentioned, of course, the knowledge barriers poster activity that's just happening in 2BC, which is just right out the doors to my right. So that's something to take a look at. We also have some what we're calling lunch tables. We have a handful of tables that you can go to and have some informal conversation that's hosted on a few topics. So we have a topic on sea level rise and shoreline management. We have a topic on equity and public access. And we have a lunch table that's hosted by the cohort group, the Coastal Hazards Organizational Resilience Team. So those are not formal, they're very informal, come and go as you please, but just a nice place to sit and talk with somebody if you'd like. So lunch is served. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All right, thank you, everyone. I can tell that the noise is kind of dying down a little bit, so I'll just go ahead and get it started. My name's Sydney Fishman. I'm the Coastal Management Specialist with Washington Sea Grant, and I have the pleasure of introducing Eric Grossman and Patrick Barnard to talk to us about the Coastal Storm Modeling System, or COSMOS. Washington Sea Grant is a funded partner with USGS to do the outreach about COSMOS here throughout Washington, and along with my colleague Ian Miller, who you heard from earlier today, and others at Washington Sea Grant, we're assisting with COSMOS outreach around Washington. And I know there were some questions earlier today about coastal storms and how that intersects with sea level rise, so I'm just gonna pass it right over to Patrick and Eric to tell us more about that intersection and also its applicability to habitat protection and restoration here in Puget Sound. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Yeah, I'm gonna give an overview of the coastal storm modeling system and the build out across the Sailor Sea, and then Eric is gonna talk about some of the applications for habitat restoration. So before we get started, I wanted to thank Bill Labiosa. For one thing, has been working behind the scenes for about 10 years to make this happen and get it green lighted. And would not have happened though also without the support of EPA, in particular Peter Murchie and Angela Adams, working this for many years. Now it's moving forward, it's being built out across the Sailor Sea. Thanks also to other partnerships with King County, Pierce County, and mentioned the outreach partnership with Washington Sea Grant. So what is coastal storm modeling system? Well, it's a model for looking at coastal hazards due to sea level rise and storms. So we look at coastal flooding, we look at rising groundwater tables, we look at erosion, especially on the outer coast, but Eric is gonna talk about some pilot work he's doing on bluff erosion within the Sailor Sea. So we look at the future evolution of storm patterns based on the latest global climate models. So we're not looking backwards and looking at observations and just using those to look into the future. We're using the observations to test the model, but we're looking to the future storm patterns and sea level rise conditions. And then we try and include all the physical processes that are relevant to coastal hazards. So not just sea level rise, not just high tides, but also storm-driven flooding from waves, storm surge, rivers, and also other factors. And again, as USGS monitor, everything is data-driven, strenuously tested, peer-reviewed, so that's really a critical piece of what we do. So there's lots of foundational papers underpinning the science that we're going to talk about today. And then we're doing this consistently across different geographies, so the same sea level rise and storm scenarios, so you basically have the same sort of portfolio of scenarios to work with, whether you're in the North Sound, South Sound. We're also building this out across California, the Southeast, Alaska, Pacific Islands, most of the country so far. So there's also this common operational picture, whether you're within your jurisdiction is within Washington or beyond, we're working from the same playbook, although the science under the hood may be different depending on the coastal conditions, the coastal setting. So now we have this green light. We're moving out across the Sailor Sea to provide this regional process-based tool to support coastal resilience. Just one note, it is non-regulatory, so we're not FEMA, we're not setting flood insurance rate maps, but we're here to support coastal resilience and adaptation. And also, thanks to EPA's support, we have a lot of funding to support building out regional awareness and capacity. So with our partners at Sea Grant, with Angela Adams at EPA and others, we're here to support you. So we're always looking for questions, basically advice on what sort of metrics actually fit into your planning process. What do you need to make decisions? We've done this across the country, but we customize it for every region. So it's really important that we get feedback from you about what you actually need to make decisions. Just to go back here, so this is kind of where we're at right now. Whatcom is out. That is completed. We're in the process of production rungs for King and Pierce County. This is for coastal flooding. The rest of the Sailor Sea will be done in 2026. We have completed the groundwater hazards for all of the Sailor Sea. That's done. It's out on the street now, so you can see that. And we're going to talk about how to access that information in a second. And then we're going to start working on the outer coast in just about a year or so. So as just a big, there's lots and lots of science under the hood here, but just to give you an overview of how this works, we take the latest wind and pressure fields from global climate models looking out to 2100. We develop global wave models from those wind fields at the global scale, and then we downscale to the regional scale. We bring in storm surge, we bring in regionally generated seas. We move all that into the Strait of Juan de Fuca and into the Sailor Sea, where we also have basically within the Sailor Sea generated waves and storm surge as well. All this gets combined, downscaled even more until we actually are moving these water levels across the shoreline and onto the land to make predictions of coastal flooding. We talked about the pilot erosion work and also groundwater hazards. And then this gets served up in GIS, Google Earth interfaces, and then also all that is converted into socioeconomic metrics. So how many people are in the way of this flood exposure or these groundwater hazards? How many dollars, other critical infrastructure? You're going to learn about a lot of that more tomorrow during the lunch session. We're going to talk about one of the web tools. So here's what you get at the back end. So 28 consistent sea level rise and storm scenarios. So these scenarios are consistent with the federal guidance, which is very similar to the Washington state guidance. You can find a scenario that lines up there. So 7 sea level rise scenarios up to 10 feet, 4 storm scenarios, so your daily average conditions all the way up to the 100-year return interval, which is sort of similar to the FEMA flood insurance rate map, but we do it quite a bit differently. And the products, the flooding, how deep is it? How often is it going to happen? The minimum max extent, so the uncertainty, how big are the waves, and then the groundwater, the shoreline change, the pilot work that Eric is doing, and then also the outer coast, you're going to see bluff and erosion hazard zones as well. And then again, everything converted into dollars and lives. So how do you work with this? Well, there's geospatial tools, basically GIS layers, where you can suck into your own GIS. Or we're going to learn about tomorrow from Sydney leading this HERA tool, walk through the hazard exposure reporting analytics tool. Everything's served up in this Google Earth interface. You can get in there, anyone can interact with the data, and you can also see how these exposure zones are converted into socioeconomic zones. So we have this for the flooding, the groundwater, the shoreline change, and there's a multi-hazard viewer where you can interact with all these different layers at once. So just a little teaser of what this looks like. Here's the groundwater hazards interface, the module within HERA, and just looking to the west of us, here looking at the city of Edmonds. This is looking at 1 meter of sea level rise, and so we mostly think about overland flooding, but over the last 5 years, we've really got in deep to the groundwater hazards issue, which complements our overland flooding. And in many cases, groundwater hazards is much more of an exposure risk than overland flooding. And this is a good example of that here from the city of Edmonds, where you see where there may not be overland flooding with 1 meter sea level rise. You see the groundwater is rising, it's getting shallower. These yellow, these warmer colors mean the water table is very, very shallow. You see it actually emerging in some locations here in downtown Edmonds. So when we're thinking about coastal resiliency, climate adaptation, we have to think about all these hazards holistically together to really get a good picture of what we're going to do, how we're going to make smart decisions and not maladapt, because we're not considering one other hazard, which may be, in some cases, more relevant than the overland flooding hazard. So we've spent a lot of effort into outreach over the years, and so through that work, we now support about 200 different organizations across the country in various aspects of climate adaptation planning, coastal zone management plans, which in Washington's are the SMPs, but we also support lots of other efforts like land use plans, you name it, if it's DOTs or counties, cities, we worked with the whole spectrum of different agencies. And we want to keep getting feedback, like I said, so we can keep developing these tools so they can actually support you most effectively. So we kind of fit in this niche here of like basically coastal vulnerability assessments and exposure. That's kind of where we live in developing these hazard zones to you to make decisions and support these different types of plans. So with that, very quick overview of Cosmos. Now we're going to turn over to Eric to talk about all the applications for habitats.
Thanks, Patrick, and thank you all. It's so good to see everyone here together. And my goal today is to describe some of these ecosystem and restoration investment concerns that we've been talking about that are quite sensitive to inundation and this coastal change that we're talking about. Provide a few examples of how Cosmos is being integrated to address them, but really in hopes of getting all of us to talk together and maybe strategize how to do this a bit more robust, because there's some really challenging questions that we're asking, and to address some of those 45 sort of targets on that list, I feel like I'm learning from the ecologists that there's some really fundamental information we need first. So I'm going to start here with EPA, interested in having Cosmos as kind of a vulnerability screening tool for some of their projects. Obviously, the Puget Sound Partnership you're very familiar with has a number of vital signs and targets, and I've highlighted in yellow those that I think we could all agree are quite sensitive to flooding and coastal change at some level. And I've brought up sort of a list of these more important ones here, some of which I'm going to talk about. So we're all wanting to restore more estuary area in some kind of functional state. Harvestable shellfish beds, that's not just contaminants, that's actually habitat area for shellfish. Eelgrass area, spawning grounds like we heard just prior to this, an abundance of invertebrates at the bottom of the food web, which are so subject to the coastal change we're going to talk about. Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission has their action plan, and there's a number of sort of issues here and concerns that they're very related to coastal change, shoreline erosion, sediment transport, all these things that we're talking about where flooding and waves play a role. Initially, when we got into this last few years of work, the Puget Sound Model Toxics Program was very interested in understanding how do we look at legacy contaminants in the nearshore, and what does all this coastal change imply for those toxics? And then more recently, we've been talking to folks at PSI about ways of supporting some of the integrated framework. So most of you know this, and I wish this was a little bigger on the screen, but I'm going to talk a few examples of some of these impact pathways like habitat migration, wetland stability. You hear about, are wetlands going to keep up with sea level rise? Is there enough sediment? Shoreline erosion and bluff recession. Marsh edge erosion, mostly due to waves. A lot of the shellfish concerns have to do with waves in the future scouring out environments and what have you, especially with seagrass and kelp like we heard. But some of the things that we're kind of interested in is get beyond just quantity of these environments and habitats, but the location that these are going to change, the timing, And then the phasing, and what I mean by phasing is more, is it gonna be just a nice steady change that we can predict pretty, well and confidently, or is it gonna be in stepped changes that may trigger other uncertain responses that we really don't know much about? So what I'm going to talk about is a couple examples of how we can use the core products that Patrick just described. These are, flood maps, and we have this understanding of the waves offshore, but we're bundling them into these products that are sort of by recurrence interval, 1-year flood, 20-year flood, 100-year flood. I would beg to say that we don't know a whole lot about the ecosystem responses to some of these, a 20-year flood, as well as we may want to know them. So I'm going to talk about is some of the, what we're calling Cosmos Plus, some derivative analyses we can do with all the modeling behind the cosmos. And the plot below is sort of an example of this. This is a 80-year hindcast of water levels. This is at the Seattle tide gauge. And as Ian brought up earlier, we have this kind of information at 7 or 8 gauges. Well, the model Cosmos now provides every cell across Puget Sound with essentially this modeled tide gauge for all of us to work with. Same thing with waves. And this is just an example of the map of where we have water level outputs easily accessible in those diamonds, and then all this wave information coming up the shore every 50 meters. Pretty exciting to have this to then derive things like other types of recurrent scenarios, or try to understand what makes habitat suitable, what are some of the disturbance thresholds that the species or habitats that we're talking about can tolerate, and start to understand a little bit more what to expect with the future. So I'm going to try to cover a few of these examples. We'll go into them in just a second here. So the basic core output we have, Patrick just showed you, are these raster flood maps and the flood extents. And I think we can use something like the daily flooding that we're projecting, and maybe the annual flooding, to talk about a lot of things we know about kind of wetlands. And we probably have a conceptual model of maybe how the 50-year flood or a 20-year flood may perturb things, but that's a little trickier to really pull out. So what I'm going to step you through is an animation of the Nooksack Delta area between current conditions, where the daily tide in dark blue and the annual high tide in light blue will march up with sea level rise. And you can imagine some of the big programs here with the Lummi Wetland Mitigation Bank, some of the Pisner big projects for delta restoration, and then now some of the alternatives for nature-based projects are going to be slowly impacted by daily flooding, annual flooding that really changes salinity zones. There's a whole lot, I think, that can be done with this sort of daily and annual flooding output. But I'm not so sure we all know how to relate the 20-year and the 50-year and the 100 as well as that. So we can do the same thing with the wave energy offshore. And as you know, a lot of the programs to restore environments really have sort of like 50-year design windows. So those wave models also help that. But what I want to get into now is some of these more intricate questions and investments we make. This is an example from the Nisqually where we did, I think, one of the most comprehensive analysis of how sediments move through the system to inform one of the largest estuary restoration projects in the Northwest. And I'm not concentrating here too much about the sediment other than to say all that red area is subsided restoration area up to 2 meters with an enormous volume of sediment needed to get the grade back up to the level that the marshes grow. So all the marshes outside are much higher. We did all this modeling for the ESRP with Tish and Jay, and we learned waves are critically important to understand. These waves events come through periodically, and they're churning everything up along the coast. And when we did the work, and I'll send you to the reports if you're interested, we learned that you can't explain the sedimentation that's going on inside that large restoration area without understanding what the waves are doing. I won't bore you with everything, but there's a whole lot of sediment coming in from the river in the big bold line. About half of it is the fine material that we actually see coming into the restoration area. And of that, a very small percentage, about 14%, is staying in the system because waves are moving 5 times more of that in and out every day, especially when there's waves, creating a whole different sort of net influence on marsh restoration and accretion. So we need to understand the waves. And when you look at this whole thing in sort of a holistic sense, we think it's going to take about 80 years to restore the Nisqually marshes. Pretty intense. Moving on to what we think we can do with marsh migration and influences on the marsh edge. One of the key data sets we really need to link to ecosystems is what we tend to do in our discipline with shorelines. We have a number of digitized shorelines across the country, more and more in terms of habitats like this. I've been working now in 8 of these large river deltas, digitizing all of the shorelines, and you can kind of see, if I can point to it, these older shorelines in the early sort of 1900s and such, pretty far from the shore today. And as you progress in time to those purple colors, you know, a much sort of smaller amount of change. What this has been showing us is that when you look at the analysis every 5 meters across one of these wetlands, we have a huge amount of change and growth in the marsh early on, probably because of deforestation and a lot of sediment coming out, filling those areas up. But they're all slowing down to the point where when you look at the net growth of the delta over these time periods on the bottom, the marsh is slowing down 10 times in the early 50s, and now it's actually it's growing out at less than 1 meter a year under current conditions, and even going into erosion where those red bars are. And we're seeing this now everywhere across Puget Sound, thinking that it's very attributable to the last 2 decades of sea level rise and more wave energy reaching the shore. And so I'm going to show you how we're doing this with Cosmos. It's super exciting. Greg Hood and I published this a few years ago. It was an example of the Skagit Delta really slowing down in terms of all of its growth shown there. We've taken the hindcasts from the Cosmos model and analyzed the wave power hitting the marsh when the tide's high enough to reach the base of the marsh. And it's showing this really interesting progression and increase over time that's very closely correlated to that decrease in the marsh progradation rate. So again, we've got these tools now to use these hindcast water levels and waves, analyze things in many more ways that relate to some of the ecosystem changes. I won't go into the toxics too much other than to say, imagine having a tide gauge everywhere or a wave gauge everywhere. This is what us oceanographers and coastal geologists really want. We've been able to build a model based on the depths and the grain size distribution across urban embayments like Bellingham to calculate how frequently the bed, the seafloor, is getting resuspended by waves given the wave climate. And so we're using Cosmos hindcast over, in this case, just a few years because it was so computationally intense. But we found that over the last 5 years, there's evidence that the shoreline and the near shore is getting resuspended hundreds, maybe even up to 1,000 hours a year. So if we have legacy contaminants sitting out there, moving around, you know, we really need to know how to control that and maybe mitigate that before these waves are essentially moving it around and into the future. And we have a few papers on that. Lastly, I'm going to talk about some of the most unique things, I think, when I look at our nearshore. We have some of the most interesting, complex nearshore habitats along the West Coast. We have forage fish up high and Dungeness crab and oyster and clam recruiting in that sort of intertidal area. And when you look at the forecast for the water levels through time with just higher and higher sea level, it just exponentially increases, as we talked about earlier with Ian's talk. And it increases above that red line, which is the base of the bluffs. Incredible. Imagine waves constantly eroding the base of the bluffs. And we're starting to see evidence of this, that when you have a lot of bluff erosion, all this fine material comes down and it drapes over that complex intertidal habitat for weeks to months. In this case, it's almost 2 years now that it's this uniform sandy environment. I would like to know from the ecologists, how well do we know who benefits and who doesn't from such a change in the characteristic of our intertidal zone? Flatfish probably, but I'm not sure about everything else. And so we're working on bluff erosion and trying to understand how to do this and how to couple it to the Cosmos model outputs that we've been talking about. And so we've got this amazing work to build off of from CGS and Andrea's work, historical measured rates of change, and a multivariate regression analysis to get a sense of what's driving that. You can imagine one of the parameters was fetch, which is a distance metric, best available at the time, so thank you, Andrea. Now what we've done is we've substituted the fetch distance out and we've put in metrics of wave power from the Cosmos model, reflecting the water levels and waves reaching the bluffs. And it's starting to explain a little bit more of the variability. I think we're up to some kind of a 0.6 to 0.65 correlation now instead of 0.4. We've also done some things to Andrea's equation to make it more applicable everywhere and not restricted to the specific sites that were previously studied. And we're calculating now bluff erosion rates comparable to previously everywhere, in this case, every 5 meters along the shoreline. And what that allows us to do is understand how the historical position of water levels and the wave climate have been influencing the past, to now understand how sea level rise is going to perturb those rates in the future. And our projections are such that with just a half a meter of sea level or so, we think that those erosion rates that we've seen in the past are going to be doubling. And with about a meter, it really starts to increase a lot. This needs more work, and we are now including some more geotechnical properties and erodibility measures of the bluffs along the shorelines to include. And we were super excited about being able to inform a little bit more, I think, of what a number of us are thinking about with bluffs. And then lastly, I should have put it on the outline, we're also using this tool in a sort of a nature-based adaptation assessment approach. One looking at clam garden work, and then potentially one looking at what we can do to reduce the effects on the bluffs, but allow that, a suitable amount of erosion to occur along the bluffs to provide just enough of the sediment that we know forage fish, clam, oyster, and crab need. And the way to do this is, you can imagine we have these Cosmos model of this approaching wave energy at the real fine scale. We can modify the model out in the subtitle to reflect something like a clam garden wall or an oyster reef or a marsh or an expanded wide beach. Rerun the model and assess how does that do to sort of to buffer the wave energy coming in the storm surge. And so we're doing that now with Tulalip, thank you. And we've done this with Swinomish with the clam garden wall that you may have been hearing. And we've run the model, again, using the hindcast Cosmos waves and water levels, and are starting to tease out what can that clam wall do to reduce the wave energy coming in and reaching the shore. In this case, it doesn't do a whole lot at the upper shore during those highest water levels when we do get the most extreme storm wave energy, but it is knocking down the energy, as you can see in those yellow and sort of green colors behind the wall. And that area is very subject to erosion as the tide's coming in. It's probably going to play a really important role overall with a nick point cutting the beach back. But I really argue we don't know enough about how these beaches work. We don't know enough about some of the clam, Dungeness crab, and oyster species sort of habitat suitability measures and disturbance tolerance thresholds that they can sustain. And so there's a real neat time right now for all of us to come together and really bring this together in a meaningful way. And so I leave you with a few ideas, nothing too grand, but some of the next steps, and I think the information needs I'm hearing from a lot of you and others, we really need more empirical data. Historical shoreline positions really help us understand whether we're modeling the processes correctly and validating the model in order to go forward. We need the same thing with habitats. We need habitat positions and polygons and shoreline sort of edges or habitat edges, that kind of thing. There's really some important fundamental ecological data. Working with the tribes and their ecologists, we really don't know, other than, let's say, the elevation zone that clam and oyster and Dungeness crab recruitment are occurring at. We don't know what kind of grain size they're really thriving in when they're 10 centimeters down below. We're not quite sure if it's, a specific size or the organic matter or a certain nutrient concentration. We do know a little bit about a salinity zone, but there's some really important information to sort of put together to then be able to say something with our models. How well we need to model and measure these things in order to answer some of those grand questions on the 45 list. I think there's a lot of discussion to be had there. And I would just love to see out of this, or however we want to do it, gathering a small work group to just really start putting together ideas on what we do know and don't, and how to answer some of these ecological questions. So thank you, and I hope I stimulate a little bit of discussion.
Thanks, Patrick and Eric. We have time for one question. And so, but I just want to let you all know that in addition to Patrick and Eric being around at the rest of the workshop, tomorrow during lunch, we are offering a lunch activity where you can get a short demonstration of some of the Cosmos tools. And then there's also going to be a facilitated discussion around some of these questions related to habitat usage and helping us at Washington Sea Grant and USGS better understand how these products can serve you. So if you'd like to participate in that, we are asking for signups because it's going to be in the smaller room, so there's not enough space to accommodate everybody. So if you are interested, we have a sign-up sheet at the registration desk, so please sign up and bring your laptop if you want to participate in the demo. And also, I think I was really distracted by how good the pasta was, and I forgot to put the Cosmos flyers that I printed on everybody's tables. So they're at the registration table if you want to grab them, and then maybe during the break I'll distribute them. But it's a great way to get more information on Cosmos if you want to take something home so you can look it up later. All right, was there a question for Patrick and Eric before we move on? I'm sure there are lots of questions, but oh no, I see lots of hands. And here's the contact information.
I don't like the microphone. Okay, so my question is kind of hard for me to form words for, but the clam garden idea, looking at that in profile makes me think of shoreline armor, or at least any wave attenuating structure, and the implications on habitats that are substrate sensitive, for lack of a better word. And I also, because of my deep love for Pacific Northwest complex beaches being comprised of a mix of sand and gravel, making them so unique and lovable, right? They, those changes are turning, either the sediment becoming totally homogeneous or being covered in mud is something that would not be a good thing, right? So, and I see a lot of things be employed elsewhere, like on the East Coast, where conditions are very difficult or very different, not necessarily be replicated effectively or work well here in on our unique beaches. So I've seen this approach proposed in our fair country to the north, where I have relations. And so they're they're proposing a lot of different methods that are being employed elsewhere, and they're taking it to the flume. They're going to be modeling these approaches in the flume. And so I really just wanted to share that and really encourage or discourage the use of experimental approaches and encourage the use of more testing before we try these things out on our shorelines that could potentially result in habitat changes that can be hard to recover from, particularly in this perturbation-filled context.
Let me just say one thing. And I have a paper out from 2020 that describes the largest experiment, I think, that's ever gone on, is Western society landed here, denuded the landscape and the watersheds. There is so much more mud and fine material out in our nearshore and deeper areas today than there was previous to that. And some of the elders and some of the photographs from long ago show beautiful white sandy beaches along some of our beaches. And yet you go there today and there's, generally covered in mud. So I think there's a precedent for adding some harder structures, not like seawall, not like our typical armoring, but structures that can actually provide for, accretion of calcareous organisms and a lot of shellfish to enhance diversity in a way that would actually be hugely beneficial to diversity. And some of the work going on with the clam garden is actually exploring how much more diversity is being sort of developed with that new or renewed environment. But generally, I agree with you. We don't want to mess with the shoreline too much.
All right, I'm so sorry we don't have time for more questions, but please reach out to myself, Patrick, Eric, or Ian. And if you're interested, attend the lunch session tomorrow and grab a Cosmos flyer. So thank you, Patrick and Eric, for that great overview and stimulating so much thought. And now I'll pass it back to Matt to introduce our next session.
Well, in another event I ran, people called me the time cop, so sorry. There's so much good discussion and questions that we have, so I hope folks are continuing those conversations at the break. I'd like to, as we get some of the materials loaded up, introduce our next session, which is focused on local planning by cities and counties. So I'd like to bring up Valerie Smith with Department of Commerce, and as well as all the other panelists on that session to come sit at the table. And we'll have a wonderful few presentations and discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much, Matt. And let me just get my spiel here. So good afternoon. I'm your moderator for this session. My name is Valerie Smith, and I'm the Deputy Managing Director for Growth Management Services at the Department of Commerce. I previously served on the Habitat Still Strategic Initiative Advisory Team, or the SIAT, and I'm happy to see some of you in person for the first time. It's really great to be here. We have an awesome session prepared for you today. Before I introduce the panel, I wanted to take a moment to plug the newest resources from Commerce. As you may know, last year, Governor Inslee signed into law House Bill 1181. This added climate planning as a goal of the Growth Management Act. This is aiming to ensure that local comprehensive plans adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate impacts, support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and per capita vehicle miles traveled. It's aiming to foster resiliency to climate impacts and natural hazards and advance environmental justice. Commerce offers many resources. Our climate team, led by Sarah Fox, has been working hard to develop guidance documents to assist local governments and their partners to comply with the new statute. Please see the QR code on the screen for more information about our resources.
including the Climate Policy Explorer, which is a new menu of measures of more than 200 model comprehensive plan goals and policies. And since tribal climate planning was mentioned a lot this morning, I wanted to note that we have a tribal planning liaison, Bridget Ray, and she's available to meet and collaborate on tribal planning under the Growth Management Act. So now we can jump to our session. This session will highlight the challenges and barriers that our frontline cities and counties are facing with sea level rise and other climate impacts. And we're going to work through how these local governments are responding to the immediate concerns and planning for a more resilient future. So we have 3 panelists, and we have about an hour to get through. So we're going to make sure we're moving right along. Jen Schmidt is the Natural Resource Manager for Island County and serves as a local integrating organization, or LIO, coordinator. Natalie Weiss with the City of Olympia. Natalie is their Climate Resilience Coordinator. And David Goldberg works as a strategic advisor for the City of Seattle. So we'll do the presentations, and then we're going to do a Q&A. So if you don't mind holding your questions till we do the panel, that'd be really great. And I'm going to turn it over to Jen, I believe. And Rachel's going to help maybe navigate the slides. Thanks.
Hi, again, I'm Jen Schmitz. I'm the manager for the Natural Resources Division at Island County and also the Island LIO coordinator. And I've had a couple of discussions already with people who are saying things like, there's a lot of you here today. And there's a reason for that. There are a lot of us from Island County. We've even got one of our elected officials, one of our 3 county commissioners. And if any of you work in the public sector, you know how important it is to have your local decision makers here and learning. So we're really appreciative for that. But we've got a lot here today. And so I was asked with the HSILs and worked with them over several months. Jennifer Griffiths mentioned this during her opening remarks, that this has kind of stemmed from some of the things I'll go over today in terms of our challenges, but has really manifested into this larger warranted scrutiny on kind of what Island County is doing as a litmus test for sort of shoreline management in the wake of sea level rise. So feel free to talk to many of the staff that are here from Island County. And I wanted to start with that because as I was going through this presentation and talking about our challenges, it really is nested within what we're doing is who we are. And note that we are not San Juan Islands. I added that in because the last time I did this was, there was a confusion around that, and I feel like that's warranted. We're Whidbey and Camano Islands and some smaller islands, but you know, we're this massive island community right in the middle of Puget Sound. And while we don't have these sweeping river deltas and, you know, surging Chinook rivers, I think anybody would admit that we're a critical component of ecosystem recovery across all of Puget Sound. And we've got, you know, roughly 200 miles of shoreline, and I'll talk a lot about where we're experiencing our pinch points with that throughout the presentation. But a large portion of the population is on private wells and septic systems. You'll see that the orange sections are the only really municipal areas in the whole county. And so we've got this largely rural, largely residential shoreline to manage. And there's so much critical habitat within that. We've heard a lot about that today. I definitely don't need to go over the science and appreciate everyone who's spoken already today about how critical that ecosystem network is. We're literally lucky enough to sit on the stoop of the DNR building and see the orcas go through Penn Cove. And as you saw from Tish's food pyramid, they would not be there if all the other levels were not healthy. And so we're just a critical island, rural island mass in the middle of everything. And we're so grateful for the HSILs to have invited us here in mass to talk about our issues. So this is from the perspective largely of DNR, but I wanted to talk about how we fit into our larger conglomerate because we have partners across the board and from within different divisions and departments of the county. We're nested within public health, and I mentioned we report to the Board of County Commissioners, of which we have one here. But of course, we work with the other departments. We have members of planning here today, and we work with our public works department. And it's important just to understand how we all fit together, because that's part of what we're doing to deal with all of these issues. Natural resources my division is completely non-regulatory, and that's important. That's important for how we work with the public. It's important for how we report data to our local decision makers. It's important for how we operate. We work closely with our regulatory partners, including our environmental health division, who is represented here today, and our planning department, who are the regulatory bodies for how we manage shoreline, how we manage permitting, of which you had many questions, and how we will always have many questions about how to make that better, how to make it more enforceable, and how to work on things like shoreline armoring, which is the bulk of our problem today. I won't, again, dwell too much on the ins and outs of who is here. Know that there are many of us. I think we've got something like 15 people, both within the Natural Resources Division and with our partners like the MRC and our Planning Department and Environmental Health. I mentioned I am the local integrating organization coordinator, the LAO coordinator. Here's a map of the various LAOs. There are 10 that work on Puget Sound recovery across the whole area. We're all operating a little bit differently. Sometimes the LAO coordinator is bringing together several different counties, many different jurisdictions, even several different watersheds. For me, for LAO in Island County, the Island County boundaries are the same as the RIA 6, the Water Resources Inventory Area. So for me, I'm lucky enough that my job is furthering ecosystem recovery every day. So everything that we do in the DNR is furthering that LAO mission. So that's why we oversee all those programs. So I told my staff I was going to do this, is put together this very rudimentary Venn diagram for this. And of course, this couldn't possibly explain all the intricate relationships between how we all work, but it's important for this discussion, which is what are we doing to kind of deal with these issues? So as the manager and the LAO coordinator, we're nested within all of these other DNR programs, including salmon recovery, which the lead entity, many of you are aware that we work very closely with an LIO, which works with the Shore Friendly program, of which Lisa did a wonderful overview. The LE is funding armor removal with the Shore Friendly program. The Shore Friendly works with our MRC, of which we have a huge contingent today. Thank you. You heard all about the great work that MRCs are doing with Northwest Straits Foundation. We do surface water quality, we do shellfish and pick, and of course we even have conservation lands who work with our noxious weed program for maintenance and operations, who is also managing our Spartina removal. So all of these things is furthering ecosystem recovery, and all of them, as you can imagine, are closely linked to shoreline management. I'll only cover a little bit of each of 3 of the programs that I mentioned because they've all been touched on today by the other speakers. We have our Salmon Recovery Technical and Citizens Committee who, goes through and administers the grants for restoration projects throughout the county. That is a huge component of the restoration and the work for the populations of salmon that we're all trying to protect. And of course, the shoreline is a huge component of that. We have our Marine Resources Committee who's working on our eelgrass and bulk health monitoring. They work on all of the restoration sites that Lisa Kaufman mentioned earlier. The 10 years of restoration and planting and maintenance, they're all doing that. They're working on the shoreline hardening and armor survey, which will be the bulk of this conversation, and many other processes that obviously are shoreline related. And again, since we are non-regulatory, our main division mission is to inform and educate the public and inform and educate our local decision makers. That is a critical component of what we do. And we heard all about Shore Friendly, so I definitely won't dwell on that again, but just know that it's such an important component and it's such a hugely vital resource to what we're doing as a county and as a local government to work through some of these issues. Our Shore Friendly coordinator there. So what challenges are we facing? And I know I'm going to repeat a lot of the things that we've already touched on today. But again, from our perspective as this sort of litmus test in the middle of the county, or the middle of the sound with this huge proportion of shoreline and this rural county, I'm going to go back to this slide because you'll see we're quite skinny, right? There's a fairly limited available area for growth, and we're all growing. We are growing by leaps and bounds. It's an extraordinary place to live. Please don't move there, but it's great. I mean, we're just so lucky to be there. And there are people, as many of the speakers have mentioned, move there because it is extraordinary. And so it's working through the balance between the public need for this view and this ecosystem and the fish and the orcas, and the desire to put their homes directly on it. And so we've got a history and a legacy of, hundreds of miles of shoreline that is largely residential and has a tremendous amount of private infrastructure. So that's OSS systems, that's wells, that's roads, that's boat ramps, and things that are slowly being dissolved into the sea. We have, again, limited availability for future land to develop on. And so where do we put people? Where do we put the people that are currently there? And how do we have those conversations? And as you can imagine, a very wide-ranging and competing interests, and even just appetite for even having the conversation about managed retreat. That word is kind of a naughty word at this point, but it's an important conversation to have, and we're not even at the same level of wanting to have the conversation, let alone having it. So I want to talk a little bit about what we've done recently, and we heard, of course, from Ian Miller. Our lead entity group several years ago was instrumental in partnering with Ian and several others on creating that flood risk assessment for the state, which has, and of course with Island County, has informed so much of our work forward. And more recently, after the king tides of 2022, our MRC was asked by the Board of County Commissioners to create a white paper, a technical white paper regarding sea level rise and climate change projections for Island County. And that has informed, again, a tremendous amount of our work. The LIOs, as I mentioned, came together a few years ago and put together, which I think was referenced in Tish's presentation, about just the collective amount of armoring by county. And I do have some updates to that, and they're not great updates about what we're seeing in terms of shoreline armoring. And the recommendations for that were things that we as a county and all of you are probably working on every day. Strengthen enforcement, that was one of the questions that came up, and whether or not that enforcement extends to contractors and other bad actors. Increased monitoring and regulatory analysis, expanding the shore-friendly program to include permitting and education, increased in-person site visits with all relevant permitting agencies. I mean, literally all of you have said these things in your comments and in your questions today. And then, of course, training for contractors, and again, those influencers, as we've mentioned. So I'll get to kind of the meat of how we ended up in this boat working with the HSILs. And as Jennifer mentioned, a local forum earlier this year led by the LIO for the Puget Sound Partnership Leadership Council presented these results to them. And again, as warranted, some pretty intense scrutiny at the state level of what are we gonna do now that we know this? So effectively, we worked with our partners at Herrera, the MRC contracted with them to complete a boat-based survey of the entire shoreline of the county. So that's eyes on the parcels, not a map analysis, a real-world analysis, to map all chunks of armor throughout the county. They then took that armor analysis and compared it to a permit database that was produced by our planning department and did an analysis of how much of that was permitted. You can see where we're probably going. It's good to note, and through the work with Shore Friendly and our lead entity and our armor removal and all of the work that we're doing there, we did remove 2.3 miles of armor throughout the county from 2016, which was the last time that this same type of analysis was done. However, 2.7 miles were added. And so there's a net increase. Albeit small, it is a net increase, and think of the tremendous amount of work and resources and effort and permitting and everything that went into removing that armor only to have a net gain after everything. So that's what we're dealing with. And again, this is a critical landform in the middle of Puget Sound. But this is the really striking thing, which is, again, why the HSILs and others sort of took notice of what was happening with Island County, that 95% of that 2.7 miles was unpermitted. And we've already, again, I feel like everything that happened today queued this conversation up for me very well, because you've all noted what that means. And that largely we've got a DIY. I'm going to go around that permitting process because it is so burdensome and it's so cumbersome. And even while the group was there were 4 parcels actively being constructed without permits. So it's happening. Another thing to note, this is a very even more difficult to see map up there than it is on my screen, but this is meant to show the forage fish spawning habitats. And again, we don't have those big salmon streams, but we are critical for the forage fish and the pocket estuaries and everything else, the safety, the refuge that we provide to the salmon populations. 30%, almost a third, of our forage fish spawning habitat is now armored as of the results of this report. So that is up, albeit again just 1%, but think of all the work that we're putting in simply to be slowly losing that battle. Again, 1.3%, sorry. Armor was removed 1%, but again, added to a small amount. So I really grappled when I was asked to present about what are we doing. I really grappled. I felt this pressure to come up with some sort of answer, right? And then I realized that our discussion here about the fact that we don't know yet is just as important. We don't know what we're going to do. Not only is this information quite new, but nobody really knows how to handle it right now. And that's why we're here. That's kind of why this fall forum came to be, and why there's so many of us here from Island County, is to kind of have this conversation and know that all of you, or many of you, are in the same boat. Some of the things that we are doing that I can say successfully that we're bringing to implement is a new pollution identification and correction program, which is through our shellfish sills, which is meant to clean up and rectify OSS issues or other pollution issues on the shoreline in effort to open up shellfish beds. So we're working on that. That's integrated into our current surface water quality monitoring program. So we're excited to be working on that. And I'm very excited to be able to add on to the great discussion we had about shore friendly and indicate that we've got a new LIO grant from our friends at Puget Sound Partnership, thank you very much, to augment our shore-friendly program. And I thought it was so great how we had the discussion of, you've got this audience, you're already there with the shoreline homeowners, what else can we do while we have that audience? Well, we now have a grant to talk to them about OSS issues on the shoreline as well. We're going to be mapping any of the OSS systems along, again, our 200 miles of largely residential shoreline, to understand which systems are likely to be inundated with the projections that we're talking about here today, and then focus on homeowner education for those parcels. Our adaptive management, I definitely don't want to say that this is easy. Adaptive management in concept is great. Adaptive management in implementation is very, very difficult. But we're always working to expand that. And that includes, again, who we are and what we do is working among and between our other partners, divisions, and departments. Even within the county, as you can imagine, silos, that's the whole government thing. That's true, that's real. And we're always working to get beyond that. Our Shoreline Master Program, this SMP came up several times again today as well. And we have our representatives from planning here as well. Our 2020, believe it or not, periodic update to the SMP was just submitted to Ecology earlier this year. There was a ton, and I mean a ton, of community interest. I think the last public workshop we had, or a public meeting, which is a Board of County Commissioners meeting where they invite public comment, there was something like 3.5 hours of public comment, when usually it's about 6 minutes. So there was broad community interest in this idea and in incorporating more sea level rise and climate projections into the SMP. And again, our planning friends are here, and they are actively working at the state level to work on the rulemaking for the next SMP update, which then of course trickles down to the local planning level. And I just wanted to again thank our HSIL friends for inviting us and working with us at the local forum back in June, where we had the opportunity to present to the Puget Sound Partnership Leadership Council about all the things I just mentioned and 100 more myriad issues that come along with shoreline management when you're largely a big piece of shoreline. What can we do? How can Island County and other similar entities who are grappling with these deal with some of these things? And we were able to have a really healthy conversation that, again, manifested largely into this fall forum today, as well as a conversation about really innovative funding tools, shoreline revolving loan funds, expanding conservation futures, many other types of opportunities that, again, I'd love to say we had the answer in terms of what are we doing in terms of response, but I had to go ahead and admit that we don't know yet, and I think that's an important part of this conversation. So looking forward, as I mentioned, we're hoping to expand, we will be expanding current programs, including the PIC and some of the other OSS mapping. We'd like to explore new, sort of, again, innovative ways of doing things that we've been doing. Conservation futures, I believe many of you probably have a similar program in your counties. It's meant to use real estate property tax to conserve high-valued lands throughout the area. We're looking into expanding that land use to include things like shoreline restoration or buying up shoreline properties that we don't even know if that's a possibility. We're going to look into that. Discussing with the SILs, Ecology, DFW, Department of Health, PSP, our elected officials, and of course other staff and partners, just to continue this conversation. It's obvious that there needs to be much more. And we talked a little bit about this. Should it be proactive? Should we be adding incentives? Should we streamline the permit process? Should we, do anything to fund some of these situations that we're in? Or should it be punitive, reactive, enforcement heavy? Is it a mixture of both? We know that education and outreach needs to happen. I had an interaction with a citizen a couple of weeks ago it took great issue with the shoreline armoring report that we produced because he thought that it was going to single-handedly keep him from getting a permit for a bulkhead. And of course I described that that's not how it works, but it is important to note that in absence of that, the alternative he was proposing was that we just don't provide that data. And I think that's important, and I strive for my division to work as a team to bring data to the forefront. Data is essential for these conversations, and it's important for the elected officials, the leaders, the decision makers to have it too. So in absence of producing that report would be just to gatekeep it, and it's just simply not the solution. So regardless of how we move forward, we know we want to continue gathering this information and using it for justifiable decision making. And of course, advocating for additional LIO resources through the funding model that Peter Murchie mentioned to implement at the local level things that are important for us. And no questions right now, I guess, but thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Weiss, and I am the excuse me, Climate Resilience Coordinator for the City of Olympia, and I'll be presenting today a bit on our sea level rise planning and adaptation strategies with the city and our collaborators. So just to get everyone oriented with the City of Olympia, I hope you all know it's our state capital. And it's located in the South Puget Sound. You can see here the Capitol campus on the bluff looking over Capitol Lake that's fed by the Deschutes River. The city itself is separated by Bud Inlet and the Capitol Lake Deschutes River into east and west side, with downtown Olympia and the Port Peninsula kind of dividing the city. So to understand what we're doing now and where we're going, we need to understand a bit about where we've come from. So the Port Peninsula, as you can see on the left, as well as much of downtown, was built entirely on fill material. The surrounding wetlands were destroyed, Butt Inlet was dredged, and the peninsula was filled over a span of 15 different projects over 150 years. As you could likely guess, this fill is causing subsidence, which is exacerbating our rate of sea level rise that we experience in the area. On the southern end of the city, which you can see on the rightmost picture, Capitol Lake was formed as a reflection pool by the construction of a dam. This cut off the lake from the estuary and tidal flows, or it cut off the estuary from the tidal flows and slowly deposited sediment, which has raised the water levels ever since. This Capitol Lake Dam is slated to be removed as part of the Deschutes Estuary Restoration Project, which is really exciting, which is a really exciting project that I won't talk too much about today, but you all are probably familiar with. So while the city has been creating sea level rise plans since the early 1990s, our current plan was published in 2019 after an extensive collaboration and consensus building process across key public agencies along the shoreline. All of the partners, which includes the City of Olympia, Lot Clean Water Alliance, and the Port of Olympia, formally adopted the plan, and it's now our guiding document across all planning and adaptation strategies. This includes science-based sea level rise projections, our adaptation strategies, and introduced a phased implementation approach until the end of century. The plan provides the foundation of all of our work and is still being referred back to during sticky conversations with stakeholders in the area. As you can see in the map, the shoreline of Olympia is a patchwork of many different landowners and makes the implementation of our plan quite complex. The Sea Level Rise Collaborative was formed to implement the plan and continues close coordination across design, planning, and engineering across the agencies, and more importantly, across all vessels along the peninsula. As you all probably know, to ensure full protection of the assets, it's essential to have, watertight linked adaptation measures that are cohesive across all of the parcels to make sure that water doesn't, break in at certain areas and cause flooding. Through the interlocal agreements, the Sea Level Rise Collaborative goes after funding together and also has created this capacity to implement work. Just a quick mention that we have non-voting members in Washington Department of Enterprise Services and the Squaxin Island Tribe that are key stakeholders in the region for other shorelines, but we're just focusing on this peninsula as the Sea Level Rise Collaborative. So what are we actually up against when we're thinking about sea level rise at the city? By 2050, we're looking at seeing about 1 foot of sea level rise, with the high end being 2 feet. The animation on the right here shows up to 2 feet of sea level rise, and you can see the extent of flooding that would be occurring and where overtopping is likely to happen along the banks. The city is primarily impacted by high tide flooding, but there's also some high flows from the Deschutes River that causes riverine flooding downtown. This flooding, as we saw in the King Tides, gets worse as these two events coincide, from extreme precipitation as well as high tides. We don't really experience strong wave action, and storm surge is not such an issue in this area. So as you could probably imagine as well, downtown Olympia holds a lot of critical infrastructure as well as important cultural and economic resources, as well as just being an employment hub. Some of the most notable that you can see here are the Butt Inlet treatment plant, which serves over 120,000 people in the urban area for their wastewater. And then there's these important transportation routes that connect east and west sides. And then finally, the historic downtown, which has many local small businesses. So it's valid to ask then, should we stay or should we go? What are we considering when we think about manage retreat? And through the Sea Level Rise Plan, they did a back of the envelope analysis, and essentially the cost of moving the infrastructure, demolishing and restoring or cleaning up the sites would run in the billions of dollars, which is significantly more expensive than the cost of adaptation in place. So wholesale retreat was deemed unpragmatic and infeasible. However, there are areas for adaptation and protection along the publicly owned property as well as within the rights of way. And we're planning on working with local private property owners to help them get to a safe place and potentially have some specific retreat and land acquisition that happens in front of the line of protection that is proposed within the sea level rise plan. So how are we guaranteeing protection? There's two ways that we've been thinking about this. One being, the actual spatial strategies, where does what go? And then the temporal strategies, which is when do those adaptation strategies happen and when do we actually build them? So in Olympia, based on how we flood, which is primarily tidal, not necessarily due to storm surge, we're really considering this hybrid system of both green and gray infrastructure. On the gray side, we have temporary and permanent interventions that will be necessary to protect the most critical infrastructure in the area. And then on the green side, we're really considering these green stormwater infrastructure upstream to reduce flows to the combined sewer system and to make sure that the Bud Inlet treatment plant doesn't get overwhelmed and released untreated wastewater into Bud Inlet. And then in terms of living shorelines, we're really hearing a lot of that from our constituents. There's really, really strong connection to the water, as you all probably know. And they strongly value habitat and, being able to access the shoreline. So having these living shorelines helps with, stakeholder buy-in, maximizing the amenity, and really trying to get people on board with the amount of infrastructure investment that will be necessary for sea level rise response. So through the sea level rise plan, this is the full suite of adaptation measures that were explored. I'm not going to go through all of them, but would be happy to talk about them with anyone who's interested. And then on the right side here is just one of many of the proposed schematic designs in the plan that that reaches up to 2 feet of sea level rise protection. So as I alluded to before, what's really important about this plan is that it's not a parcel by parcel site design. It really is focused on a linked, different edge conditions and linked adaptation strategies across the different landowners, as well as everything that's in the public realm right now. So it's really important to note here that implementing this strategy does not require any additional land acquisition, and we have all of the land necessary to fully protect the assets that we're concerned about. And then on the temporal side, the plan focuses on having these near-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies. There's timestamps associated with them, the first being 5 years after the plan adoption, and then moving to mid-century and end of century. And these timestamps can be updated as the science gets updated as well. So we're really focusing on how these strategies, thinking about them more as strategies that reach a certain level of sea level rise protection, and that if sea level rise slows, some of our actions can also be delayed. If it quickens, then we can, take action sooner. So what's really exciting is that it's obviously 2024, which is the end of our midterm strategy or near-term strategies, and we've completed them on time and have completed all of them, which is exciting. And so the near-term strategies were really stopgap measures to have the most acute flooding that we're seeing currently, and also provided, short-term low-hanging fruit wins for our collaboratives to start building trust, building relationships, and build the capacity to actually implement across the partners before we now start moving into the much more complicated longer-term actions that the midterm and long-term will require. So we've heard a lot about the December 2022 king tides, and I guess on a fortunate note, This allowed us to actually test our progress with near-term strategies in the real world and gave a glimpse for more of what is to come. In Olympia, this was the highest tide recorded at 18.4 feet. So by and large, the flooding occurred where we had predicted it to be in the sea level rise plan, and ultimately had a lot of protection at these areas. There was some insight into places that we did not anticipate, and that we can, iteratively go back and, start to patch up some of those areas. But you can see here that the marine inundation by the 4th Avenue Bridge and quick deployment of temporary sandbagging actually helped protect the oyster house from flooding. And this operational strategy and, sandbagging through public works was not in place before the sea level rise plan. And then secondly, here we have tide gates and backflow prevention that did protect some key intersections as well. And as you can see from our summary report, this would have been significantly worse. We would have seen significantly worse flooding had these not been installed previously. And while there was a lot of success through that event, there was also a lot to learn. People were upset that their cars got damaged, which would make sense. So we're working now on, messaging, emergency communication. These are predictable tides. We don't necessarily know exactly where they're gonna, land with the elevations, but we do know they're coming. So there's some work to better prepare private citizens before a potential event that we've worked on since 2022. So overall, it's clear that our approach is working and our strategies are holding for now. And we'll be working a lot over the next few years to get these midterm strategies implemented and work on creating a more adaptive management around flood monitoring and understand the pace of sea level rise and how that might be changing in our area. Secondly, funding and grants. We're constantly applying to grants both as a collaborative and as a city to help create a more detailed design and engineering plan that really stretches across all of those parcels that we talked about before. And then lastly, knowledge sharing and network building. We're also it's really important for us to start building internal capacity. We're a very small team within the city, and we only have a few representatives on the collaborative across all of the different agencies. So we need to make sure that all of the partners are really bringing their agencies along and making sure that they're embedded in important conversations, both within the collaborative and across their agencies. And with that, I'll turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, everybody. It's a challenge to go after Natalie because we're just, in some ways, getting started comparing to them. My name is David Goldberg. I'm from a smallish city, globally speaking, between Olympia and Island County, Seattle. And the area that I'm talking about is kind of, I guess, more akin to Olympia. It's a heavily industrialized area in the lower Duwamish Valley, including our neighborhoods of South Park and Georgetown, which are majority, minority immigrant communities. And I'm going to talk about kind of the general themes of barriers to adaptation and how we built our approach to it, and then how we build buy-in over time. And even though we're, I guess, Washington's largest city, I'm hoping that there's lessons learned, that we can share here about our journey, about how to build in not only physical resilience, but social resilience when we look at the effects of climate change adaptation on some of our most vulnerable communities. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got to the place of climate adaptation, sea level rise adaptation, the flood challenges that we're facing, and then the nature of our holistic approach. So the Duwamish Valley is a river valley. It was part of a big system of floodplains that was heavily used by indigenous communities and managed. And really, those communities lived with water. You can see here there were a number of indigenous settlements along the river, and they used not only the wetlands, but the prairies that were in the area. And this area regularly flooded, either by rivers or rain or periodic tidal flooding. And it wasn't really until just before World War II that much of the area that I'm talking about was really available consistently for development. And I'll back up again. And that was as a result of the straightening of the Duwamish River, Seattle's only river. And that was a big project, one of Seattle's big earth-moving projects. We've done a lot of them. And this little image does a lot to kind of put things in perspective for me. If we've done this stuff before we had major machinery and computers and tunnel boring machines, there's a good chance we can figure out how to deal with it now and undo this work. Now, this area is home to Boeing. It's home to a huge amount of industry. It's home to thriving communities of immigrants, people of color. It's home to continued indigenous communities that live in the area. But I think overall what we need to understand is that most of the land area that Seattle that is being impacted by sea level rise is in the industrial area of Seattle, an area that experiences contamination and where communities that still live there experience big life expectancy discrepancies. So what I'm going to talk about really is kind of my and our journey within this city, and we have a couple people here who know this journey, about how we got into the business of sea level rise adaptation and holistic climate adaptation. And it started with the Duwamish Valley program. It started with an environmental justice initiative back in 2015, 2016, where we were looking at how to basically erase a 13-year life expectancy difference that communities in lower Duwamish Valley experience compared to our richest neighborhoods in Laurelhurst and Queen Anne. This life expectancy is due to all of the combination of health determinants that were not in favor of folks living near a highway, living near industry, experiencing air contamination, et cetera. All of these things contributed towards this disparity in life expectancy. It was what we know as a result of government decision making is that it's really not an accident that this stuff happens. There are a lot of decisions that we've made over the years, often informed not by science, but by politics and land ownership decisions. And that although racism is not a determinant of race is not a determinant of health, racism is a determinant of health. So the city of Seattle approaches this work kind of intersectionally, looking at primarily first through a racial equity lens, because in the city of Seattle we know that that a lot of opportunity is most challenging for people of color. So if we can keep that in focus, then we can address the challenges that many other folks experience. For example, people with disabilities, people with lower income, older people, younger people, all of those folks experience inequities. And on top of that, we know that they can experience racial inequities. So we lead with race and we look at outcomes, how we can shift those outcomes. So our project really began to look at how can we build a healthy community, how can we build a thriving neighborhood, how can people prosper in place, how can we increase economic opportunity, provide equitable access to resources, and build community leadership. So we began in 2016 to pull together 18 departments, including our public health department, to develop an action plan. This action plan included 50 kind of near-term accomplishments that demonstrated we meant business, we're going to do this work. This is not a visionary plan, this is an action plan. 37 strategies with about 80 different actions, each one describing where the money would come from, what are the components that we need to do to make sure that the benefits of this work actually accrue to the communities that need those benefits, and then 5 long-term strategies. As we began this area, work in this area, we heard 2 questions often. Is it good to keep communities in a place where there are environmental concerns, 1, and 2, if we know sea level rise is coming, is it also worth keeping communities here? And our answers to both of them at the beginning was, we think so because people already live there. And it's important for us to acknowledge that we're not talking about relocating a whole bunch of people right now. We're talking about making their life better so they're better able to deal with the changes in front of them. As we were doing the action plan work, we began to monitor and track our implementation. And this is important because we kept a focus on holistic work. It was best for us to work across multiple areas to ensure that basically we had all pistons firing towards making sure that we addressed environmental justice issues and met all those outcomes that we were looking for. So we've been able to kind of corral a lot of programs and projects that the city is already undertaking and focus their outcomes on these communities to drive change. Along the way, we built some trust in the community, and we built relationships with many different departments and agencies in the cities that we began to collaborate with on a deep level. This led to our beginning work on basically our long-term strategies. Our long-term strategies were things that could not be addressed by one action. Putting an intersection in or a light in or sidewalks in, we're not going to address our long-term strategies of increasing health, reducing displacement, increasing workforce development, adapting to climate change, and making sure we had a large amount of parks and open space that this community needed. So we created a hypothesis. What would it look like for community to have power and the ability to really be a strong partner in this work with us? What if I no longer had a job at the city and this program was able to live by virtue of the community's power? We all know those communities. They have power in our cities, our counties, or whatever. What would it be like if this community had that power and could marshal their assets to address change? And we called it the Duwamish Valley Resilience District. I want to be clear, there is no Duwamish Valley Resilience District. It is a framework for us to understand what sharing power looks like and how can we develop it. And our thought was that if we could increase the community's capacity to marshal assets, they'd have to have those assets, to address vulnerabilities and enact systematic change, then we would have something that would move forward for generations. This was funded this thinking was funded, fortunately, through a partnership with a nonprofit entity, the Center for Community Investment. And one of the lessons that we learned along the way is make sure you have good friends in philanthropy and partnerships and nonprofits, because that will give you the money to do the things that you can't do in other ways. And another important partner was the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that awarded us $600,000. We were extremely lucky, very much value this health-oriented partnership that enabled us to really dig into the question of what does equitable climate change adaptation look like. And boom, we've already heard about it, December 27th, 2022, there was a flood. I mean, we knew it was coming, right? But none of us expected it was gonna come that day or that year. And it was, some people call it a perfect storm. I think it's better to refer to it as a pernicious storm. The combination of environmental contaminations, the legacy of infrastructure that was overburdened, the lack of a prepared community all led to a number of households being impacted. We only have, in all of that area of the city of Seattle, to deal with, in this particular community, about 1.5 miles of shoreline that we have to address. We did marshal a lot of, as Natalie was talking, we marshaled the departments to come together and build a plan for wet weather preparedness. It's a combination of king tides, a combination of low pressure, combination of storms, and a combination of sea level rise is going to increasingly mean this happens on a regular basis. We developed measures to put down sandbagging and pumps and so forth, and you can see a little bit of the diagram of where that might come. So we have a pretty good handle working through our partnerships that we've built over the year about how to deploy this on a yearly basis. It's expensive to protect this community and these businesses that are in this area. And we began to get back to work on long-term flood management. We went back to this idea of a resilience district and said, how can we work with community to bring about the elements of this, have a conversation? We formed a community advisory group. This is really important for us, and this gets into how do we get over barriers and build partnerships. We needed a forum where industries and residents could talk together and share ideas. We needed a forum where community and city could learn about partnering on decision making. We needed a forum where we could educate the city on community values and educate community on the technical parts of sea level adaptation. And we focused on 3 areas that were cross-cutting concerns. Organizational development. How is the community going to be strong in this? How are they going to be a partner? Sea level rise adaptation. How are the city and community going to have a conversation about adaptation? Most of this property is private ownership. There's very little that's in public ownership. So we need a partnership here. And then how are we going to fund this all? First thing we did after we kind of oriented everybody was to build a set of guiding principles that cut across all of these areas of conversations. These hopefully will be our North Stars going through many long phases of climate change adaptation. Right now we're in the early visioning phase. What is this going to look like? And I'll show you some examples in a second. Then we're going to be going into the analysis, the planning, the design, and in the implementation, hopefully that gets us in a place where we can stop putting up sandbags and putting in permanent adaptation measures. We're expecting about 2 feet of, kind of as a mid-level, but I'm thinking basically it's going to be a minimum for a planner, me as a planner thinking long-term. It's about chest height. It's not huge, but it takes up a fair bit of land. And doing this on the water, as Natalie mentioned, you have to balance a lot of different things. How do you get access to your maritime dependent industries? How do you create the opportunity to build habitat? How do you create public access for a community who really cares about being on the water? And how do you balance the potential approaches? Protect, accommodate, and retreat. Like Olympia, retreat is challenging for us. This is contaminated land. We would need to buy and decontaminate all of this land so that it doesn't repollute the Duwamish River that we're spending $1 billion on cleaning up. So we did a lot of engagement. Our first engagement was focused on educating people. The engagement that we're concluding this year is really focusing on looking at the different alternate approaches and scenarios and building that buy-in. Then we're going to be moving into kind of a preferred vision for this. This is not a solution. We'll need to build and change this along the way because we will learn as we go. And our engagement was very much in person, very much multilingual. It involved residents and industry. Our residential feedback was largely led by kids. Having kids learn this stuff and actually be the educators is really awesome. And the benefit is they bring their families. So you get 3 times as many, for each kid you get involved, you get 3 times as many people at the meeting. And you get people who care about their kids and care about the future of their kids. So it's a really great approach. We also did industrial engagement, and I'm now convinced that industrialists think with their stomach. So we fed them. We found money that we could just buy them lunch and talk about this stuff over with. We also developed a survey that we have developed that explains the situation, provides history about why this is a problem, et cetera. This actually is not turning out to be as successful as we hoped, and we're going to need to adapt this moving forward. In spite of all the digital conversations that people talk about, it's still a lot of face-to-face work. Okay, so our strategies, quickly. We know we own roads in the area. So like Natalie, we were talking about, what do we own? Who owns it? We don't, the only thing that is really owned in this area by the city is the roads and the utilities. So we looked at a strategy that would be, what if we did it on private property? We have the port, but they don't actually do sea level rise preparedness. We have the county who can help, flood control district that can help us funding us, but really the city needs to take the lead here. So we got feedback on that. People like the idea of this as being a backbone of it, but also saw that it really wasn't going to deliver the benefits that they wanted to see. They want to see jobs, they want to see continued maritime industries, they want to see habitat, they want to see public access. How are we really going to make all this money we're going to spend really do the heavy lift that it needs to do to build a great community? We showed ways that this could be done in different vignettes, showing how this approach could in some ways combine all the different outcomes we want: habitat, jobs, industry. That was our mantra, people. Focusing on how could any of these be done in a way that worked. The next one, we looked at, what if we were to focus different kinds of strategies in one area, let's say the more people-oriented strategies and habitat-oriented strategies closer to where the residents lived, and created and continued our kind of industrial sanctuary approach, focused in another area where we could do more adaptation that was oriented around maritime access. People like the idea of focusing the public benefits, but they were also concerned about like, well, maybe this really isn't going to give us enough opportunities. What if the opportunities aren't all focused in one place? Then what are you going to do? And we showed ideas about how that might work. Oops, I think I skipped. And the next one was distributed. What if we distributed these and kind of did an opportunistic approach? What might the opportunities and benefits be on this? And people like this for a lot of reasons, but they were also concerned about compatibility in the area. And we showed ideas about where that could be. Lastly, we did what I call the moonshot. What if we really kind of focused on habitat as an outcome? And people, especially the residents, really like this industry was really concerned about how they could maintain public access in an environment like this, but we're willing to talk about it. And you know, these little vignettes, because we're dealing with private properties, we're being really cautious about showing what this looks like on a map. So if these are confusing, it is confusing a little bit to talk about these generically, but that's one of the realities we have. We also did feedback on community benefits and themes. And the big things that we took away, people are really happy we're getting in front of this. They see it as really complicated. Right now, we're in a period of grace with community and industry, I think. They're like, yeah, this is a big deal. It's really complicated. I'm glad it's your problem right now. And we're trying, as we get to a project, the project takes over, right? You know, we know that capital projects have a life of their own. And once you get into, I love engineers, once you get into a situation where engineers they know the scope, schedule, and budget. So how do we make sure that along the way when we're addressing this big project, we're also attending to the social and physical infrastructure needs of the community in the area? So we're also trying to, while we're doing this very technical work over the next few years, trying to marshal resources to continue to invest in the social elements of the community, doing maintenance on neighborhood center, increasing its decarbonization, doing a feasibility study for another community-owned neighborhood center, granting money to communities so they can buy land and develop it for meeting spaces and community programming. So as a recap, our journey began kind of with an environmental justice approach. We got over the hurdles by building collaboration and building trust. And I think we got buy-in by using a holistic approach and defining our project not as one thing, not as gray infrastructure, not as green infrastructure, but as a holistic project. Our biggest challenge is how do we get the funding for it and how do we all deliver together in a way that really brings the values into the front as we're delivering. So that's my presentation. Justice, collaboration, holistic, and together.
Excellent. I want to thank all of our panelists. I do have one follow-up question right away. We all talked about monitoring and adaptive management. So that's not a requirement under the Growth Management Act right now, but it is something that we're interested in learning more about. So can each of you kind of just give a high level of how are you doing monitoring? Are you doing it, are you using a software, or what are you using? And then what's the time frame of it?
Is this on? There we go. So fundamentally within just DNR, and that's what I'll speak to first, our adaptive management is largely almost a watershed planner type position, which is meant to bring together coordination from all of the various programs within DNR, but beyond that to our environmental health colleagues and our planning colleagues. So just as a quick example, our surface water quality monitoring, which is done regularly throughout the year, and there's no off season for water quality monitoring. If we find a high hit for E. coli or another parameter, we elevate that to our regulatory friends in a different division. Theoretically, the same way goes in return. If they're out in the field on a regulatory basis and find something of concern, they let us know to go out and monitor that. Beyond that, and again, I mentioned in my presentation, expanding that adaptive management program and making it having procedures and guidelines around all of that, how escalation works and enforcement works and how we all work together is a key part of our response to some of the issues that we're finding.
On the top. Oh, okay. We're looking at developing our adaptive management plan this next year as part of our work plan. And part of this will be creating adaptation triggers. So understanding, or like using the tide gauge data to understand at what point do we need to ramp up construction and like really moving towards action, because the plan is so new and the collaborative is also so new and the conversations are new. We're moving really slowly and deliberately at this point with internal conversations and getting everyone on board. But we know that at some point we will not have the luxury to be slow and deliberate. So creating an understanding of like, we see X event happen in Y amount of years, things are starting to happen. We need to do something about that is our strategy right now. And then another conversation that we've been having is, because the sea level rise plan already has these phased approaches and is somewhat based in adaptive management, we're trying to create infrastructure that doesn't overbuild or underbuild and be able to use to be potentially like adjust the protection as we understand the science more and see what will become more certain in the future. And that's a completely different like time scale and understanding of what it means to adaptively manage not just a habitat, but also critical infrastructure.
Thank you. I know how to turn the mic on now. Adaptation. You know, one of the things that we realized early on, and you may wonder why is this guy talking about sea level rise adaptation, is there's nobody really responsible for sea level rise adaptation. There are plenty of people who could fund it or fund elements of it. There are plenty of people who can regulate pieces of it. I mean, Maggie over here, Glowacki, is a really strong partner in critical areas and shoreline master program. But nobody's responsible for that water that's coming. So we were fortunate. We had a department, very high profile, small but mighty department, the Office of Sustainability and Environment, where I work currently. And their focus has been largely on sustainability and climate mitigation, and doing really well at that for a number of years. And my program, the Duwamish Valley program, kind of is housed there. And we had to begin to address climate adaptation. And really, the partnerships that we built through our program really launched it. When we when the calls came in about the flooding, it wasn't expected because it was low pressure rather than a rain event. We knew the king tides were coming. The calls came in from people in the community who knew individuals. They came to me, they came to the person they'd been working alongside with at Seattle Public Utilities. And from there, I called emergency management, and other people really became involved. So we've built a collaboration out of necessity across departments in the city of Seattle. And we've expanded that collaboration to include the Port Alliance, and through efforts and for the county. So right now we have a couple of agreements in place, working together agreements that are across agencies and across jurisdictions to focus on climate mitigation. We've also, through a long history of collaborating in this neighborhood, have built a network of folks who are, in a way, self-appointed, but have now received kind of official recognition that we're beginning to lead this work. We've applied for and received grants in the hundreds of thousands and going on into the millions of dollars. So we really needed to build something of not a new department, though we entertained the idea, but something that was specifically addressed to this issue and brought the expertise from various places, and then give it the kind of recognition and acknowledgement that it needed to move forward.
Great, thank you. So we'll open it up now. I have some more canned questions, but I'll open it up for questions from the audience. Yeah, looks like you were first in my eyesight. Yeah, this first table here.
Thank you all for the panel. Wow, that's loud. I'm Henry Bell. I work on Resiliency, Department of Ecology. This question might be a little more for David and Natalie. I think when we all think about traditional definition of restoration, we think about kind of restoring landscapes to pre-development or pre-colonial land settlement. but really excited to see you here, speaking on behalf of communities, very urbanized, developed waterfronts. So I mean this question in all seriousness. Why do you deserve to be part of the restoration conversation? And who else who's maybe not a traditional restoration partner should be represented in this room or part of the conversation that's maybe not here today?
I first want to honor all the people who are doing really great work right now with habitat restoration, the tribal leadership especially, and the communities that are able to do it, and really, and the work that ecology does to support really data-based habitat restoration. So in that, where does Seattle fit? Heavily urbanized, contaminated thing. We sit in a very specific microcosm of salmon habitat, the critical species on the Duwamish River. And this is the point, this river mile is the point where saltwater and freshwater mix. And there's been a huge gap in the ability, and I won't point figures, but there's a lot of jurisdictions along the Duwamish River, and we're one of them. Ours is the most industrialized portion of it. So a lot of it is, in order to create value in a heavily urbanized area, at this point it's going to cost a ton of money. It's going to mean demonstrating that it's worth spending that money in this area to get outcomes that are real, that at the end of the day benefit, killer whales, as our governor likes to point out. Like, this all rolls into one big, and what we've been trying to do is create the case. We're not the most important, but we're part of the solution. And we need to pay attention to this area for a number of reasons. One, it's the right thing to do for the communities, the people that live in the area, to treat it and to treat the environment with respect and to try to get it to perform as best it can. Two, it plays a role scientifically in the habitat and coastal work. And then I got to think of a three. Three, it's the right thing to do.
I would echo a lot of that. I was thinking about also just how much many people live in urban areas and they feel their connection and get connection to ecosystems through these, maybe they're not perfectly restored environments, but they're still beautiful, and it's how people access the marine ecosystems and learn about them. So there is value there, even if it is a really industrial, not pure version of what we think of what a marsh ecosystem could be. And then secondly, which I didn't talk about a lot because we're not actually part of the project, but part of the stakeholder group, is the Deschutes Estuary Restoration Project, which is the largest estuary restoration urban project in the country, or potentially in North America. So it's important to, have these landmark projects and show that it can be done in urban areas, and the access that people will be able to have to those ecosystems, rather than, a lot of these shorelines that are just for private landowners, I think is important and should be a part of the conversation.
Okay, any other questions?
Question.
Yep, go ahead.
And hopefully it's important or relevant to others. You mentioned how the collaborative is seeking funding to do projects and implement projects, but what about the funding to start the collaborative itself? Is that staff-led by the various entities, or asking for a friend or people who might be interested in starting such a thing?
Yeah, it's staff-led. There was a governance structure laid out in the Sea Level Rise plan, and then we have an interlocal agreement across all of the partners, with the City of Olympia being the staff liaison, doing all of the admin work, and 50% of the budget comes from the City of Olympia, and then 25% from the port and 25% from LOT. So everyone is financially invested in and pays into the collaborative to get the work done, and also provides staff capacity.
Thank you.
Becca, it looks like you got, yep, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a kind of a screwy question. This is for David and Natalie, and I am not a scientist. I'm the Island County elected official. So my question is coming from a political perspective. It's a political adaptation that, as you know, not everybody is going to be about restoration. Not everyone is going to be about that. So, there's communities all over the world for hundreds of years have dealt with being below sea level by using a different adaptation, for example, Bangkok and Venice, and that is canals. And so my question to you is, has anyone in your community raised that as a potential, and how would you answer that? Because of course that's going the complete opposite direction from restoration.
It's an interesting thing that we're a bunch of folks who are coastally informed, right? And I think a lot of the tradition of restoration is, this is my perspective, I think, I feel like a lot of perspective about restoration comes from the the riparian area. So in the coastal area, the question you're asking about is like, does accommodation, does creating more space for water solve for the problems of either habitat or increasing flood from sea level rise? And it doesn't really solve for sea level rise, in my perspective. There's a lot of water, and a lot of it comes, there's from storm surges, from sea level rise. We're talking about big ocean forces as opposed to periodic river forces. Can it play a role? Yes, especially in terms of habitat value. And so I think that there are solutions out there, a lot of different solutions, but they're not silver bullet solutions. They're solutions that can perform as a specific piece of the puzzle. So that's what we're looking at in terms of accommodation and retreat, is what piece of the puzzles can it do, can it perform? And then I also want to point out that politics is about lots of different opinions and perspectives and creating a solution that you can get the majority of the votes around. So again, it's not one solution usually, it's multiple solutions. And we've done these things before. We can look around and see all of the choices we've made in the past about major capital investments. I think we've done them, for our on the scale of this before, at least for now, maybe not for the 100 years from now. I think we've done it before. We just need to look at it and say, oh yeah, we've made those kind of decisions before. They were different. We can do this again.
I don't have much to add. I've never heard from anyone suggesting canals. Would have to look into it.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Oh, see over here.
Thank you. Great panel. Yeah, David, a question for you. One of the sort of guiding principles of environmental justice is the equal participation in development of laws, regulations, and policies. And you guys have spent a lot of effort, resources to support the communities of Georgetown and South Park. And my question is, do you have any sort of take-home messages for the best ways you're able to make the information, like hazard information, accessible to these communities so that they could participate in this process? And then the second part of that is, do you see that this approach is scalable? From the federal side, our interest is, can we do this sort of effort more regionally or even nationally? How do we really support these at the grassroots level with hazards information, which requires making information accessible to all and making people just aware that it even exists?
God, I hope so, because we're a small thing compared to all of the work that needs to be done. Resourcing community, I think, is the number one thing, and then figuring out how to get education into the hands of community and building trust are maybe two things that go alongside. So one of the things, I struggled with for a period when community members wanted to partner with a university to begin looking at sea level rise measures in parallel to the work we were doing. My first thought was, why do we want a parallel process? My second thought was, oh, this is great, because it enables community to have their own trusted voice in the conversation. So think about, building knowledge and power externally and through the means, whether it be the tribes, whether it be local communities, figure out even though it does seems counterintuitive, figure out how to them to own the information.
Okay. Thank you again to our panel.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank the panel. That was great. We have one more break today, so go ahead, grab coffee and a snack for about 10, 15 minutes, and we'll bring you back and we'll start doing some breakout activities to wrap up the day. Thank you. Hello. Hey, everybody, if you could start to take your seat, and we will get the breakout tables started in a couple minutes. Thank you. Okay, everybody's slowly coming back in the room. Let's grab a seat. It's okay to sit anywhere right now. We'll move around in just a moment. So we have a pretty exciting breakout session for you. I hope you're going to get a lot out of it in terms of discussion and meeting new friends and colleagues. So just kind of circling back to the goal of the day, I'm really interested in turning those insights and data and conversations and barriers and all those nuggets of really good information into action-oriented conversations. Our objectives for the breakout sessions today are really to identify some of the challenges and barriers. You've heard about a lot of them today, but want to have more conversation on them and articulate them as well. I hope that we are also able to build connections, expand our networks. And so in order to do that, we have a couple things. We're going to spend about an hour and change on the breakouts talking about barriers and challenges. You will have table prompts. You will have a table facilitator. We will get you to the right table. But a lot of the topics, part of the reason we're doing this is not just to generate a list of information. It's also to spur ideas and things that we want to spend more time talking about tomorrow. And so we're actually going to prioritize barriers and challenges, and we work on that tomorrow. Okay, so there's two parts to the breakout session. The first part is really just going to be get to know the table that you're at, and then you're going to talk about the various challenges to habitat resiliency. You're going to talk about the barriers to addressing those challenges. So we'll take a good chunk of time to do that. And then the second part of the activity is really preparing us for tomorrow. And as a group at the table, we're going to ask you to prioritize at least 3 barriers for us to talk about tomorrow when we do another really cool breakout activity. And by the end of the day today, your table should create a poster, which is nice because there's not too many pictures on the walls in this room, so I'd like to decorate a little bit. So please, use all the colors in your activity bag. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to join a breakout table. There you will have a facilitator. That facilitator is also going to ask for a note taker. Okay, so we have 40-ish tables in this room. We are not doing 40 breakout groups. We are going to do 20. And so we have our HSIL staff, I believe, has already numbered tables, so we've spread them out a little bit throughout the room. That way, in theory, tables that are close to each other, you can just kind of pull a chair over and join, all join one table together. You have materials at each table to do this. You have table prompts at each table to do this. There's a QR code here. We're going to ask for a volunteer note taker, somebody that has a laptop, and they can take really high-level notes and summarize those in a Microsoft form. So I'll leave this link up. It's also in the table prompts as well. And that's going to allow our team to synthesize information overnight really quickly and use it tomorrow. In just a moment, I'll have you move. Let's get into large tables. Please keep an open mind. Have a lot of fun. Build your network. And I'm really excited to hear how this goes. So table facilitators, go to your numbered table, and then everybody else fill it up. Thank you. Stop for 1 second. Boy, do I hate to interrupt 20 tables worth of amazing conversation. I'm going to let you keep talking at the table and finishing up and be out of here by 4:30. So I'm kind of just going to do wrap-up remarks now, real quick. I just wanted to thank all of you for attending. The conversation has been great. I just continue to be surprised by the insights that I'm hearing and the connections that are being made. So I just want to thank everybody, and I hope you all learned something and come back tomorrow reflecting and feeling refreshed. So maybe just a quick round of applause to everybody. So with that, the couple logistic things are, be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll get started with lots more great programming and conversations. Before you leave today, please, in your group, the note taker, make sure you hit submit so we can get those notes and we can look at them overnight. Make sure you get your posters on the wall. Take a look at other people's posters as you leave. Just continue to finish the conversations. We do have to be out of here by 5, so HSIL staff will start to move you out before 5 o'clock. But I just want to let you all keep the conversation going, and thank you very much. Oh, wait, what? Well, hold on.
I also just want to do a second big round of applause for Matt, who really envisioned this whole thing and put it together and done a lot of huge work. So that's all. I get to embarrass you.
No. And why not? Thank Rebecca Brown. Thank you. She's organized. She's just put everybody, all of our staff out in the field to make all the logistics happen. So thank you. All right. So we'll see everybody tomorrow morning.